I was muted. Of course I was muted. Let's try this again. Let's wait for... This is gonna be silly, but let's wait a bit for the music to loop again. So it'll be easier to edit. So let me hide actually. Hello, hello, my lovelies. Nice to see y'all again. Today is a very, very, very special stream, and I am really excited about it. Today marks the 10th anniversary of when I first started making art. 10 years. 10 whole years of me drawing and sharing my passion. It has been quite a journey so far, and this stream is fully dedicated to that. So, let's talk a bit. How and why did I even begin drawing in the first place? You see, back when we were younger, we would often visit our grandpa on my father's side for the summer. And well, the thing is, he lived in Greece, and if you know Greece, especially during the summer, it gets extremely hot over there. And yeah, since we were really young, not that us being adults now would make this any less of a hassle, but since we were really young, we were stuck in the side during the afternoon because it was like nearly 40 degrees back then. Like, it was way too hot, so we're stuck in the house, not being able to do much, just so we don't get a sunburn, we don't get a heat stroke. It makes sense, you know, but on the downside, it was kind of boring being stuck inside for so many hours on multiple days, you know? So eventually, not even with a reason, like back then, and actually even now for the most part, I just do whatever I feel like whenever I feel like it. So yeah, I just took a pen, I just took some paper that I had with me, and I started scribbling away. I began just drawing whatever I could find. Well, not exactly whatever I could find. I had a comic book with me and I redrew the cover. Then I looked at some pictures I had on my phone and tried drawing them. And yeah, it was fun. It was a lot of fun even, and I guess you could say the rest is history. That is what jump-started my passion for art. Of course, I was, well, not always, but you know, drawing is something everyone does when they're a kid every now and again, even if they're not really focused on it, you know? And it was always fun. But I suppose it'll be more appropriate to tell you the rest as we watch it out, as we go through everything. And that'll also make it easier and more immersive to explain, so let's get right to it, I would say. But first I do gotta go back in my corner. There we go. Much better. And Mary Magdalene, you were a great and powerful start of music for this, but you'll be on hold for now. Uh, there we go. Huh, a bit quiet like this, but whatever. Da-da-da. What do we start with? Oh, freak. Freak. Hi, Jer. Long time no see. I forgot. Oh my goodness, I forgot to turn off. To turn on Twitch chat. I always turn it off whenever I want to take a screenshot for a thumbnail, so I don't have random messages cluttering my screen. I am so sorry. Ah, really nice to see you again. I turned Twitch chat back on, so anything you write from now on will be visible again. Ah, but for real, it's been forever since I've seen you. Great for you, great of you to join me for the anniversary. So, let's get this show on the road. Kablamo! As you can see here, I did talk about this. I did mention it a few times on my YouTube channel, Astra VT, or at Blue Chaos Astra. You can search it there. I worked throughout June and July so freaking hard to make these art summaries, all of these, like quite a lot of them, honestly. And yeah, I've been uploading them every day leading up to it, from July 31st all the way to yesterday with 2025. And that's pretty much what I'm gonna do in this stream. We're going to, what's it called? Uh, Come on, say it with me. Goodness, why do I have so many things open on my laptop? Da-dum. We're gonna watch that together, and I'm gonna just rant away about my art, how it all came to be, and stuff like that. But first, I need to find a certain program that I downloaded, which I unfortunately don't remember the name of, so let me look at that. The thing that I downloaded uh, for when I stream Deltarune, which lets me, what's it called? Which lets me focus on the screen and control it even when I'm not actually on it. It'd be really useful if I were to do it, because I kind of need to look into it because I don't remember the button combination for that, so I need to open the app in order to remember that, unfortunately. Ah, great for you with the manga. Hope you've been enjoying reading it. Oops. Uh, Seriously, what was that program even called that I downloaded? Not you, not you, not you. Nope, nope, no. Uh, Microsoft Store, widget. Was it widgets? No, it wasn't widgets. Frick, what was it called? Hmm, WinApp No, no, it's not that. Uh, Can I sort them by... not this. I can't find it, and I certainly can't remember what it was called, but I do have an idea, which is not exactly what I wanted to do right now, but I'm 100% sure that during me streaming Deltarune, I did mention it, so let's actually look. Da, da. There's my bot channel. Let's see. I am 100% confident that I mentioned the button combination when I streamed Deltarune because I knew I would forget. So,
Hello, my lovelies. Nice to see y'all
okay,
again.
I'm way too loud.
I am so excited, and you can, I mean, it's understandable. You can totally guess why. I mean, to be fair, you don't even have to guess. You can see it. It is time for Deltarune Chapter 5. I am extremely excited about it. Excited. That's not even a word. Excited about it.
Come on,
And
me. Tell me
yeah, I
what
just
I'm
posting
asking for.
notification on my various socials real quick. And about it. That's Twitter done. That's book. And now it's just red and one and two and our toys. I'm saying it right now in case I ever forget. So I can just
Oh, something in case I
two
forget. Is that
and
it?
I just gotta find a way through Microsoft Power Toys. I'm saying it right now in case I ever forget. So I can just go into my own bot. Now
I am such a genius. I am such a genius. Okay, Microsoft Paradise. That's what I was looking for. And why can't I find it? As if it's been deleted or something. Come on, open. Oh, maybe because it needs an update. This could be it. Okay, then update it real quick, I guess. Ah, there we go. Power Toys. What was it? CTRL. Which was CTRL? On the German keyboard, was it STRG? I think so. Let me see. Let me test. I am such a genius. I knew I mentioned it. Let's see. Did that do it? Mm, that did not do it. Frick, which is CTRL on the German keyboard? STRG, hä? Oh, Control Steuerung. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Ah, strange. Why isn't it? Did I read it wrong? Great, now it's downloading again and I can't reopen the app. Hmm. Let me try this. No, it's not even making the sound that it made during Delta Rune. Okay, you know what? Let's. Maybe I tell myself the button combination. Okay, so I am clicking the correct one, but. Ah, now I heard the click. Okay, now I made a mistake. There we go. We should finally be good on that. Ah, there we go. And let me full screen OBS. And it's not working the way I want it to. Why is it not working the way I want it to work? Oh, wait. Let me think. Yeah, I don't full screen the Windows. I don't full screen the browser. I full screen OBS. Only that this isn't working really. I can't. It seems like I cannot click on the video like this. I can see the mouse, but it doesn't seem to actually be doing anything. In which case, I just have to use my phone in order to see this chat. I guess since I can't really have it on full screen like this. Unfortunate, but oh well. We gotta make do with what we got. Oh, and just a warning, I suppose. We're not going to be watching the videos as they are normal. Like we're not gonna spend 145 for on this, 4 minutes on this, and so on. We're gonna be spending much longer because I'll constantly be pausing, explaining, and stuff like that. So we wasted enough time. Let's finally get this party rolling. The pre-artist era, as I like to call it, is what I mentioned before. It's what's it called? Uh, frick. It's what I mentioned before. It is everyone as a child, all of us, I'm pretty sure, or at least a majority of us, we draw the whole time. Like, we don't think much of it. We don't have it as a hobby or as a passion, but everyone draws every now and again. So, honestly, let me turn this down. So, that's what the pre artist era is. It is stuff I drew from before my art passion awakened. As I explained before, my passion awakened 2016, 10 years ago on this very day. But yeah, this that you'll see here are a few things that I made before that day. And I really mean a few because a lot of the things didn't really make it through up to today, you know? But unfortunate, but that is how it is. So let's go through it. And actually, no, I will keep the music on. Mhm. The 217 video did get a copyright claim because of Undertale music, and oh well, so will the spot. Who cares? It's unavoidable if I really want everything to be, if I want to use the songs that I want to. Mario, this is unironically, there's not much of a story here. It is just, as far as I can remember, one of the first things that I have memory of drawing. That was back in elementary school. I don't, and that's the thing. The question marks that you can see there are supposed to be the date, but I just don't know. This is one of the things where I know that I know I did it in elementary school, but I couldn't even guess. First grade, second grade, third, I have no clue. And no, I'm not gonna explain everything that well, because I at least hope I don't have to say that much about everything. But yeah, I wonder. No, seriously, I wonder why the hell did I, what's it called, draw them like this? Like, this is very clearly Robotnik and classic. So, like, it's very clearly the classic versions of the characters, but I did have Sonic and Knuckles, but Metal Sonic's not in there, and since it was standalone Sonic and Knuckles, neither is Tails, so what? Where did I know their designs from back then? Can't even begin to imagine that. That's just as it says, a mood table. I don't. Okay, okay. Maybe I do have stuff to say about pretty much everything. No, not really. There's not much about this. It was. I don't even know if this was in school. I don't. If my memory serves me right, this wasn't in school. It was some kind of festival was going on in town, and they had workshops. And one of the workshops, we were making things like that, and yeah, even though everyone told me to not do it, I colored them out completely. They look a bit funny, but hey, um, that makes it more unique. Hmm? What's that chair? Jimmy 5. What? What's Jimmy 5? Not anything that I know that's for sure. Ah, the clay hedgehog. I'm kind of sad about this one, honestly, because I don't remember whose birthday it was, I'll be honest, but I remember I remember that I was at a birthday party. Uh, the details are honestly really hazy. I remember I was at a birthday party and we we the it was at a there is in my neighborhood there is this I don't want to call it a shop, I don't want to call it a spot, but there is like this place where they make a lot of clay stuff like this. Uh, Vases, plates, cup mugs, and so on and so forth. And I know that they also have workshops for children. And honestly, uh, seriously, the details are really hazy. I That's where I made this though, and the poor thing really hasn't survived. Really hasn't survived. What's it called? Um, the passage of time. You can see a few of the spines and even the nose missing. Also, thanks for being around, Chair. Man, the paint shop. Did I paint it like this or did it get washed off? Because I want to say since I was so young that it's just me painting sloppily, but some of it looks like it washed down to the face. But I honestly don't know. Yeah, that elementary school. That's something I really liked from both elementary and from middle school. That we had posters with our birthdays, and well, I really shouldn't continue the video before I'm done talking. And well, me with watercolors has never been good. Like never ever. And yes, I know my name's down there, but like, not like I've ever hidden it, you know. Hmm. Yeah, this I was this year I was honestly considering not even including it with in the video because like all I did was color in everything, but still kind of counts, doesn't it? Besides it, this pre-artist video would be even shorter without it. As the name says, it was for elementary school. It was for the sports fest we had, and we had different stations. We had, um, yeah, this was it's self-explanatory, honestly. I'm just surprised that I can only see one thing being crossed out. So, though there are some scribbles here and there, I don't know. I'll be honest. If it wasn't for the fact that this is hanging by the wall here in our house, I wouldn't even remember this. Uh, yeah, no, this totally counts. I mean, I did make this, did I misspell? Am I see? I think I misspelled and corrected myself. Gosh darn. So, aside from school, I was also going to afternoon school. Because, like, I live in Germany, but I'm Greek, and I went to afternoon school to learn to read and write in Greek, and yeah, we make these right before the holidays. I think at least from Have a Nice Summer and this being a freaking boat, I that's what makes sense to me at least. I know on the other side of the boat, I wrote something on both sides before we were told that we would have to glue it onto something. Here I have written Sonic and my name. On the other side, I remember I wrote Mario instead of Sonic. And that was that's all from my elementary school hymn that still exists today. If I ever made other stuff, more stuff, I don't have any memory of it. Like honestly, I'm pretty sure a lot of these things. Okay, aside from that Mario, who was like one of the first things I remember drawing, but like all this school related stuff, I wouldn't have any memory of it. As for the fact that it's around the house. Now middle school. See, that's something that I was considering explaining, but I thought, meh, doesn't really matter. I can just say it on stream, even though you can have to go out of the way to see it then. But you can probably tell that this is way too short of time for middle school. It's not that like I ended middle school in 218. It just says until 216 here because obviously to the latter half of 216 is when my art passion awakened. So that is not considered pre-artist era anymore. So paper mache bunny. Honestly, from here on, I technically could have tried writing down at least a year, cause but that's the thing. I still don't know. This was either in fifth or in sixth grade. So from 212 13 to 13 14. I don't know. 213 would have been a safe bet, but no. If I don't know with 100% certainty, I'm just not doing it. And uh, this is embarrassing. But I just gotta talk about it. We're gonna talk about the great stuff and the embarrassing stuff in this stream. Um, maybe I should just mute this and have the Mary Magdalene music still playing in the back. Nah. So, so, when I made this, you see these small bumps here? I was trying to make to those are supposed to be paws, when a rabbit is standing on its hind legs and this kind of begging pose that animals do with their front legs. But I was told, not by classmates, not by teachers, but my mom. I was told it looks like as if I gave this paper mache bunny as if I gave it boobs. And no, God damn it, no, I didn't. Those are paws. It's obviously paws. I don't like this. Seriously, I don't. This too. I was in art club in fifth or sixth grade. I don't remember, and that's when I made both of these. And I just this was supposed to be a shocked expression, and I guess I can partially tell that it is, but because of the way the mouth is shaped, it's been so many years now. Like even when I was still in middle school, so like 2 or so years after I had first done this, it started looking like the hedgehog is smiling instead of shouting. So I have such mixed feelings about this. Plus, it looks like a dude with spiky hair. Uh, oh, freaking hell. I just remembered something else. See? That falls under the category of lost art now. Cause I just remembered back during seventh, I believe, grade. So yeah, it was Vergleichen, fünfundfünfzehn, 16, 17. No, 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 no. Okay. Then was it still end of sixth grade? Because it was very shortly before I began drawing, before I gained the passion for it. In regular art class, we were given those how to draw type of books, the one that a lot of people use that show you poses and anatomy and stuff like that, that a lot of people I know use for, not people I know, but I know a lot of people use those for getting into how to draw anime and manga style. And we were given by our teacher these how to draw Marvel characters. And I remembered, I even remember exactly what it looked like. I drew Spidey back then, because, like, not even back then, just even now, Spidey is probably my favorite Marvel hero. Not that I'm really into Marvel to begin with, but that's besides the point. And I remember, and see, that's the thing. That's what I think teachers shouldn't do. That's something that is just plain wrong. Mind you, I was in sixth grade. I was, what, 30? No? Okay, see, it was shortly before. Hmm, I was either 13 or 14. I don't remember now. My birthday is in June, so, like, it, who knows? It doesn't matter. Point is, I wasn't real. I like drawing, but, like, not really, you know? And I remember my teacher, like, the Spidey I drew, he was supposed to be swinging on his web, but he didn't look good at all. Like, he was basically horizontal, facing the right, with one of his hands to the front. And well, he was basically multiple blobs, which were Spider-Man colored. Like, typical child drawing typical drawing for a child that hasn't learned how to draw yet, you know? But I remember it so well. That Spider-Man drawing, I worked hard on it. Like, back then, I was working hard on anything school related. And that's something teachers shouldn't do. It got graded badly. Like, whoa, bad grades in frickin' art class of all things. Because that is in middle school so important in sixth grade, of course. But that teacher's comment, I have absolutely no talent for drawing and I should stop. Great, right? Well, look at me now. Screw that teacher. Seriously, I hadn't. That's weird. I didn't like that teacher since then. So when we were about to graduate from middle school and we were told we can invite whatever teacher we want, most of my class, especially the girls in my class, want to invite her to the graduation. I was so strongly against it. And honestly, I don't remember her being there. I think I actually didn't get outvoted. Huh. Whatever, doesn't matter. Point is, I just remembered that Spider Man drawing where my teacher really put me down. And that is something that isn't in this video because hell, I know we still have the stuff, my middle school stuff, somewhere, probably in the basement. But yeah, that's what I consider lost art. Damn. Wow, how did I even remember that right now? Crazy, crazy. Anyway, let's continue. This year, Gates to Infinity board game. So, Gates to Infinity, some of you may recognize that title. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Gates to Infinity, the third, unless you count the WiiWare one, the third game, the Mystery Dungeon series, the one for the 3DS, and you get the Pokemon Paradise there, and you could make it however you want it for the most part. And that's also, this year is also from that same art club that I was in. I don't even remember what we were doing, but whatever we were doing, I was I made this board game field for based on Mystery Dungeon. Like I tried basing it on how I made my Pokemon Paradise, like the the middle area being the meadow, the right area being forest. No, the left area being forest, the right area being the tropical area, and the upper part being the mountain area. And yeah, I made that board game during the art club. Man, I'm so sad actually. Nearly nothing, nearly nothing of that board game still exists. Cause like I had figures, I had cards with trivia questions and stuff. Like this fire type, water type, electric type, grass type. I think that's supposed to be psychic type. I don't know what this monster is supposed to be. The only thing I can think of is dragon type, but I'm not sure. Fighting type. And this is a question. See, you start up here and you have to go down all the way down to the home base. And you either take the long way, or if you answer a trivia question, it was through this game that I even got into Pokemon, or re-got into Pokemon to be more exact. And I was making such weird and easy trivia questions that, to be fair, if you know nothing about Pokemon, you would still find them challenging. But like, it's sad. None of these question cards still exist. Like, they're all gone. And aside from the board itself, this is the only figure. I had like 4 or 5 of these. I had a red one, I had a blue one, I had a green one. I don't remember if I had a, like, I remember I had red, green, and blue because, like, red is classic Pokeball, blue, not specifically Great Ball, but like Player 2, you know? Player 2 is a lot of times colored blue. Green because I knew from the Indigo Plateau, the first season of the anime, like literally the first episode, I believe, there was this one person with that green Pokeball, and I always thought that looks amazing. Like a solid, a regular Pokeball, just green instead of red. And I had this pink, like this pink Pokeball, the color's chipping off. It's the only one that I still have. It's sad. I don't know what happened to the others. They are realistically somewhere in the house, but honestly, they might have landed with some trash many years ago. Who knows? Kinda sad. Then the soap pillar. This was regular art class. We were supposed to make soap, sculptures, and the thing is, my mom didn't want me to sculpt soap with a knife because she was scared I would cut myself, which makes sense. I was not good at handling anything back then. So like instead of regular soap, mm, mm, we bought this super soft soap. And yeah, that was actually easy to carve out. I believe that part here in the middle was it part of the soap? Did the soap look like this from itself? I don't remember. I whatever. Seriously, some of these things can barely be considered art, but like this video would have been really short if I had only taken the drawings that are freestyle like everything else I do. That is also art class. I don't remember much about this, I'll be honest. I don't remember much ow, much about anything about it, aside from actually using this chipping tool to do something. I think I feel like I have a memory that this was supposed to go like this, but for some weird reason I made it thinner and thinner until it became so thin that my teacher had to stop me because I would tear a hole in it if I kept going. But I'm not really sure. And now this. This is something I remember well. Honestly, I should have written. I could have written 2015 here because that I remember well. I drew this sometime before Super Mario Maker came out for the Wii U. That's when I drew this. Poor thing. This is no, actually, where was this? Was this on the wall? Was this one of my drawings that were on the wall? Like the Mario drawing here from the start of the video and that Sonic drawing, they were on the wall with tape, and I had to very carefully cut them down, cut the tape down. Now there are holes in the wall, but like, I'll just keep them safe in a folder from now on. I seriously don't remember about this. Like, point is, you see how the poor thing has suffered. Some of them really didn't stand the chance of test of time. And this I remember. This I also vividly remember. Oh my goodness, I just noticed Mario's shoulder. Yikes. Spiny helmet Mario, or as it says here, small Mario with spiny helmet. One. As if I didn't. I never drew a second one. What's the thing with this? This was after Mario Maker release. We got, honestly, this is somewhen September 2015 because we got Mario Maker on release day. I remember this so vividly. Like we had to go on foot uphill um, to the nearest store to go buy it on a freaking rainy day. And like it was what, half an hour or so. Go there and have an like. No, seriously, I don't remember her. Like I was also much slower back then. I mean, then technically I'm even 3 years ago I was much slower than I am now since 2 years ago I picked up taking daily walks, which is nice, and I noticed that since then my average shell walking speed has increased, but that's beside the point. Mario Maker, and do I still have too much of a hassle to go look? But Super Mario Maker had, I don't know, was it just a regular one or was it a special edition since it was for the anniversary? I don't remember. Point is, it had this booklet with sketches about the original Mario, SMB, about like it had so many neat little drawings and sketches, and even about Mario Maker itself. And from that book, I drew Shelmet Mario. So yeah, this was around the time of Mario Maker's release, though I don't know when exactly. Goodness. And this was hell. This is the freaking reason why I could not, why it took me so long to finish these videos, why it took me an extra week. Because, okay, to be fair, the pre-artist era video didn't even exist at that point. I hadn't planned to make it. Like, I was sad about the pre-artist stuff, but I thought it's so little it wasn't worth it. So in the end, I took a lot of extra stuff just to make it worth it. And how that happened is I was checking while working on these videos, I was checking on the drawings themselves. Like, if I hadn't written down a date, I was checking any hard drive on my old laptop. I was checking everything that could help me determine the date of certain drawings, including my Instagram stories, because there are a lot of small things that I never post on Insta, but I made them stories. So yeah, that's where I saw all that. I I saw I saw a drawing from that I did on Pokemon Art Academy on the 3DS. So I checked Pokemon Art Academy on the 3DS and found 43 or 42, I don't remember, things on there, and that jeopardized so much. I had to find out the dates for them. I had to re-edit the videos that were like I was working on the 2020 video at that point, and 2016, 17, 18, ironically not 19, I had to re-edit those videos to put in the new drawings and had to also rework the music then because obviously I couldn't leave it all in silence from that point. It was such a freaking hassle, and since I was already on it, I also checked my Miiverse backup thing that I requested and downloaded back when the Miiverse shut down, and yeah, that was also a bunch of little things I drew on Miiverse. Frick my life for that! Like, oh my goodness, it was such a pain doing all of that. So yeah, I drew Mew for the Cats vs. Dogs Splatfest on the original Splatoon. God damn it. And then I drew, I I think it is Chibania, and if it's not Chibania, then I don't know what it's supposed to be, even though it doesn't have Chibanian's tails, but this should be that bell that he has around his neck, right? Then the black tie event versus fancy dress, which in German is called Gala versus Costume Party, which I think is a much nicer and shorter name. So yeah, costume party all the way with Link's hat from Twilight Princess with Olimar's helmet, Mario's cap, and whatever the hell this is supposed to be. Cause like Smash Bros. Duh. Then the second man, back then I used to make art for the Splatfest. I stopped around three's time. Oh, now that I think about it, also lost art. It's probably all the Splatfest drawings I did for Splatoon 2. Man, how did I not even think about them? Because I was so stressed, that's why I didn't think about it. But yeah, I'd have to go through my entire Twitter from 2017 to whenever the final fest was in Splatoon 2. What a pain, what a pain. And yeah, well, as you can see, the poster with my birthday poster and something else too, but but I've already forgotten what, are not here on the final collage because originally they weren't part of this video, but then I thought it's too sad if I don't put them in. Like, they deserve to be part of it, you know? Now we're getting somewhere, though. Now I need to definitely turn this down. But now we are talking about it. Now, the pre-artist era was fine and all. Okay, I really need to turn this down. The music is way too loud. Turn it down to 10%. That should be good. Man, I like how I put on in this video. I used the instrumental for Supersonic Racing, so I wouldn't get the copyright strike. But then I used Undertale music and got a copyright strike, anyways. Whoa! So 2016, and yeah, you can see these are all chapterized. Like these are all categorized. Why is that? Because I Well, I wouldn't say it's bad. I just like how I did it back then, but that's because my perspective of what is a good order and what is neat and tidy has changed. And who knows, maybe that'll change again in a few years. And me having them by date as I do now, I will also think that is wrong. That was bad. Whatever. The point is, I didn't have things by date up until 2021. So from 2016 to 2020, all of my drawings, their order is weird because starting 2021, I put everything in one folder in the order I drew it in. But before that, I had a folder for my sketches, a folder for my artworks, a folder for my portraits, and so forth and so on, you know? And yeah, all the sketches are in a correct order, but like intertwined with each other, like everything as a whole is in the wrong order, which is sad. But the biggest problem is that a lot of these things I wasn't really putting dates on my art back then. So on a lot of it, I don't even know when I drew it. I just know in the weird little order they are in now. That's at least that way it's correct in itself. So yeah, kind of sad. And that's it. That is what I was talking about. I took some paper and I drew the cover from the comic that I had with me. This drawing, the true original, as I like to call it, this is what started it all. This jump-started my art journey and the passion that I've been holding for now 10 years. It's amazing, honestly. And luckily, this is, out of all the OGs, as I like to call them, this is the only one that I still have. Knuckles approves. Why is it called Knuckles approves? Because you know these motivator, this motivational motivators. I call them motivators, like where it's an anime picture or a picture of literally anything, and there's a, a black box with white text and a caption beneath that, um, like for example, from Lucky Star, in that one episode where they're playing volleyball, and Kaunata is saying some super technique move, which is so long that I don't remember it. Mm, the caption beneath it as a motivator, super cool and epic name for a bad move or something like that. Seriously, my memory is failing me right now. Point is, this is I think from the first episode in which Knuckles appears in Sonic X on Earth. So like not episode 1. I think he appears in episode 3 or 4. I don't know. Point is, it's from that episode where Sonic and Knuckles also fight each other. It's just a picture of Knuckles doing a thumbs up, and the caption is Knuckles approves. And if Knuckles approves, anything is possible. I don't know who made that. It's funny though, and that's why I called this Knuckles approves, because that's where I drew that from. And then, yeah, I'm not gonna pause for these. I I just started drawing Undertale because that was around the time when I got into Undertale, like about a year after the game originally came out. A shout out to can I say the name again, please? Shout out to Tina the Love. It was it was such a hassle for everything that I drew that was just a redraw of something someone else made that wasn't official media. It was such a hard piece of work to find all of these drawings, which like I'm supposed to find fan art from 10 years ago that I barely remember myself aside from having drawn it. So yeah, but it was important for to me to do that, to credit all the people whose art I redrew. I liked My Little Pony a lot back then. Man, Steven Universe and My Little Pony. Yes, Steven Universe literally out of nowhere right now. No, but seriously, there are things like Kirby and Pokemon and Sonic and Mega Man and stuff like that. Like, there are things that I constantly that are constantly on my mind that I always love. But then there are especially cartoons or non-game series. Like I said, non-game series because literally the first one I'm gonna mention now, Dragon Ball, which is an anime. Dragon Ball, Steam Universe, My Little Pony. I think that's it. At least I can think of any other right now. Those are things that I have such on-off phases for. I haven't had an MLP phase in, huh, at all. No, I did have one. I think February or March this year. Whatever. That's beside the point. Back then, it was the main interest of mine. So when I saw someone having made Pinkie Pie a sense, especially Pinkie Pie, one of my favorite, no, my favorite My Little Pony character, and I still love her today. Like Pinkie is awesome. Of course, I had to draw it as well. And yeah, aside from that, I'm not gonna pause this now. Like we're gonna go through this quick. That's just me drawing all the Undertale oh frick, not all. A, a majority of the Undertale bosses. And yes, you already saw me draw Sans, but like I love Sans. I've always loved Sans even before I really knew the internet. Before I knew about the Undertale fandom, like I just like Sans so much as a character. So yeah, of course, Pacifist. I drew him, but I drew him a second time in the Pacifist run where he's your friend and happy. And of course, genocide run where he wants to kill you. Okay, I drew all the Undertale bosses. No, no, back then you definitely only drew the few bosses that you found were easy to draw. No Undyne, no Alphys, no Asgore, no, not that Alphys is a boss herself. No Metaton, no Muffet, nothing. Just the easy ones. Then Pichu. Why is Pichu? Wait, actually, let me progress a bit. Pichu, Menifee, which I'll get to why this picture is so terrible in a bit. Darkrai, yeah, and Darkrai. Why are they back and front? Because for those who don't know, Manaphy is my favorite mythical. Peach, who is also one of my favorites. Like Peach and Manaphy are both top 10 Tepton. Great. Top 10 Pokemon of mine. I love them. And obviously I have them as plushies. So when we went on vacation, yes, this was still during vacation, mm, I of course took them with me. Manaphy and Pichu. And the Darkrai plush belongs to my brother. He took that with him. And yeah, since I had just gotten into drawing and like I was really into like I really those first few days I wanted to draw anything I could see and find when I had time. So I put the plushies in front of me and I drew them and then I turned them around and drew them from behind. That and that's also why the pictures are really bad. Like all of these pictures. No, actually those are from how blurry they are, those are actually kind of fine. But you can notice it in Pichu, especially Manaphy, and even a bit with Darkrai. The pictures are terrible. And why is that? Because, um, well, I did begin drawing back then. I did begin my art journey August 11, 2016. I didn't start posting art. I didn't have any social media aside from Weavers, and Weavers had shut down at that point. No, had it? When did Weavers shut down? No, no, no. In 2018? When did Weavers shut down? Ah, whatever. I've made a drawing for Weavers shutting down, so I'll see when it shut down by that point. Yeah, point is, I didn't have any social media aside from Weavers back then. So whatever art I drew, I took photos of and sent it to the family group chat. And so, yeah, the only photos I have of these drawings is the full photo. I'm not going to show it to you. The full photo has the, those are super tiny piece of papers, like A5, even smaller. Mm, I think A4 is the regular size. A5, this must be A5. A3, I think, is even smaller. No, wait. A6? A Yeah, wait. A3 is bigger than A4. A2 is even bigger. Yeah, whatever. The super small piece of paper with the drawing and the plushie sitting next to it on the table and everything else that is on the table, including really private stuff. So those are the only pictures I have of those. So because, like, as I said, aside from the Scrooge drawing, the true original, all of the others that you see here, I don't have them anymore. I don't know where they could be or if they are still around. But yeah, the only thing I could do for those was to crop them out and taking and cropping a photo of an entire freaking table all the way to just a small piece of paper there results in stuff like this. Yikes. And I think that's the last of the OGs, actually. Yep, Sketchdump. I call it Sketchdump because I used to call them garbage sketches, but that's not nice. And it's just as the just as the explanation says, those are just things that I that's why I call them trash because I've never, ever thrown away any of my art since then, no matter how bad it was. Because that's the one thing I did right, at least. I always thought it's all part of an important process, and in so many years, I'm gonna look back at it. Wow, I had foresight for once. Amazing. But yeah, and still, that was art that, aside from that general sentiment, I didn't value it in the slightest. So yeah, honestly, these don't really have a story to begin with. It says bit here, but I originally tried writing bitch, but I was just 14 back then. Ah, sir, oh my goodness, it wasn't until was in ninth or 10th grade, like it wasn't until I was 16 where I started swearing. Uh, oh, my classmates used to say, yeah, I was childish, but hey, not swearing, I think. Uh, at least regarding that, I was better. I wrote spat, but then I realized my mistake and put a second E there. I wrote sun, but then I put the O there. That I wrote. Like, okay, most of these I wrote wrong on purpose because, like, look at how it drew Sonic. Like, none of these are supposed to be serious. This is funny. This is just funny. I love this one. This is the sense. See, that's a problem I had. That's a problem I had a lot back then, and a problem I still have. But since I'm doing digital art now, I can at least fix this problem nowadays. I'm drawing way too big most of the time, so yeah, I didn't really leave room for Santa's legs getting dunked on, completely surrounded by blasters and bones, because that's swag. Which is just so freaking funny to me. I don't know why. Well, I knew exactly why. I just explained why. Sketches, those are, yeah, actual effort. No, most of them don't look bad, but like, it depends on what folder they were in. I know what this looks like. This is that one fart yokai. Ugh, freak, I don't remember it. Not I don't remember. I don't know its name in English. Actually, I don't remember its name. I don't even know its name in German. Mm. But that's the yokai that makes you gassy. That's Hungramps, that's Noko, that's that cicada yokai you get at the very start of Yokai Watch on the 3DS. Sonic from the front, from the side, from above. I think I still can't draw from above, actually. Honestly, at some point I just stopped trying perspectives that I can't, and yeah, I guess that's the reason why my art hasn't improved as much as I want to, because at some point, whatever I can't do, I just and find a way to avoid doing it in the first place, which not good philosophy, but oh well. I don't know if that's Luigi or Mario, I'll be honest. The head shape tells me Luigi, but knowing younger me tells me why would I draw Luigi and not Mario? Butterfree, Sonic EXE, and Kakuna EXE. I don't know. I know. I'm not guessing. I remember it exactly. I know for a fact this is Kakuna EXE. Why the hell did I make it to Kakuna EXE though? I have no idea. Self-explanatory. Title and drawing self-explanatory. Oh, the leaf guy. This is Pokemon Go. I miss it. I actually had back then. I think that's why I drew it, because I had gone from a shirt print shop One of those that actually steal artworks and stuff and print it on shirts. Tourist shops. At some point, once I realized what these shops are doing, I stopped going there. But when we were little, mm, my dad used to bring us there every summer, and we'd get a shirt or two. The the last two times we went there, I very vocally said I refuse to because that's stolen stuff that they sell. But whatever. The royal stickers cost, contrary to the masses, hot take. I like Sticker Star. To be fair, I haven't played it since then, but I don't have any bad memories with Sticker Star. And yeah, I drew the Team Valor logo, and I also the leaf guy. So what's the story behind that? So in our garden, from the bushes, I have this bad habit of just snapping leaves and sticks of plants and stuff like that. I'm sorry to all the plants that I harmed as a child. And I had found, or rather snapped off, this super small stick. Like, I think it wouldn't even cover my thumb. That's how small it was. And I took a small leaf and started poking around in it until it looked like this. And that's also why you can't really see it, and I can't really zoom in because this YouTube. This is like a small scar here because the leaf was ripped at that part. And I thought, whoops, and I thought, wow, the way I made those holes, it kind of looks like hell. If I look through my hard drive where I have the photos of all my devices, I might even find this photo. But I'm not going to do that on stream. There's too much private stuff there and it would take too long. But yeah, I thought that leaf, the way I poked holes in it, it kind of reminded me of a Shy Guy mask. So, leaf guy it became, and the stick I used to turn it into a face became its weapon, like a spear guy of sorts. Yeah, just Mario stuff. Nothing to say here. Sans AUs, because I love the AUs. Frick, I love the Undertale fandom. Maybe because I was so young, maybe because I was so innocent, but I never noticed. Like, I learned about it years later that apparently, but I never noticed any controversy or any problems in the Undertale fandom when I was a child. And heck, even if they're rare, can't argue with all the AUs being really fun and creative. Just me doing basic sketches. See, what you can't see, I drew a basic looking figure first, then I drew Mario above it, and then I drew Mario above it, but with a fine liner. Portraits! Now these I like. Fuck Art Academy stuff. I hate it. Actually, no, this looks blurry because this is also cropped from a screenshot from the Miiwares. Frick, why didn't I just save the picture from the Miiwares when I did the backup? I didn't think about that. Oops. Oh well. Oh well. Ah, Chibanyan. Man, I miss Yokai Watch. I don't have much to say about these. I just look back at them and uh E2 back then funny by 2002 because I guess that's something that I can't say now, but I will talk about it again once we reach 2025. E2 is the first character I ever made. And his design is very strongly based on the Mii's, especially how they look during the Wii era. Though I also gave them the shoes, which are those half spheres that they have on Pokemon Rumble for the 3DS because I like that. And the thing is, E2, aside from just looking like me, is strongly based, especially in this drawing with the eyes, on my first me that I had on the Wii back then. The me that had others that my cousin had made for me. And yes, you can tell by my model. I tell you, my model is, aside from being a pretty anime girl, mostly accurate to my actual self. So if you see brown hair there and very blonde hair here, why is that? Because, well, okay, my hair used to be brighter when I was younger, but my family was under the impression that my hair is dark blonde, which is strange because even now, back then I said, no, it's not. And even now, when I look at old pictures, I say, no, that is clearly brown. And no one in my family even has, like, for as far as I know, even in my great grandparents and stuff, no, to be okay, that whatever. Point is, no one in my family has any semblance of blonde hair. Like, it's brown or black. So, like, where is that supposed to come from? But whatever. This was my first ever created character, E2, and I still love him so much today. But back then, he was my Sona. That's why Funny Boy 2002, because when I then first made a YouTube account and a Twitch account so I could watch videos, that's what I called myself. And that's what I also later called myself when I finally made my Instagram account in 2017. A paper version of, obviously. I don't even know, like, when the hell did when the hell did Paper Jam come out? Because those white outlines were first present in Paper Jam. Was it out already in 2016? Let me check. M&L Paper Jam date. Oh yeah, it came out in 2015. Huh. So that's why I made a paper version of myself. Then Chespin, obviously, from memory. So, Pikachu from memory. And you see, they're very zoomed in and plastered on something, but what that is, you'll see later. And welcome to, see, most of these things I drew in school during free periods and breaks between periods and stuff like that. So, middle school, obviously, even when we were on break, I couldn't take my phone out or something. So, most of these things are from memory. And that's why they look extra weird. And that is so embarrassing. Bizam. Bulbasaur's German name is Bizazam. Bulbasaur, Bizazam, 3 syllables. So yeah, I essentially cut out the middle one on accident. I essentially called this Bulsaur. God damn it. Then of course Squirtle. I purposefully skipped Charmander, by the way, because Charmander was my favorite out of the three. So I wanted to do that one correctly while looking at a picture of Charmander. Ash Greninja, because hell, Heck, who didn't like Ash Greninja back then? I love Mega Greninja, by the way, but I still wish Ash Greninja would come back. Like, I want both of them. Yes, my green nose no bone. Mega Charizard X, because for a long time it was my favorite yeah, for the longest time it was my favorite Mega Evolution. Now it's Mega Delphox. Rainbow! And see? Wait, let me. And clean version of Rainbow. I did them literally back to back. So, Rainbow, the clown, my second character ever that I created. And it's sad. See, those are the two extremes. E2 was the first character I made, Rainbow was the second character I made, and E2, well, yes, I suppose I haven't drawn him too much in the last, since last year. But Rainbow, I haven't drawn him since. Like, Rainbow, I only made these two drawings where I created him, and that's it. We have the extreme of that's the character that I drew pretty much at any time I could, and as many drawings that I could squeeze him in for no reason, and the character that I made and completely forgot about for years. Poor guy. Mewtwo, cause Mewtwo is epic. Alolan Marowak, because Cubone is my favorite Pokemon, and Fennekin. I have two favorite Pokemons. I'm not deciding between them. I refuse to. And Alolan Marowak is just so cool. And Mimikyu, also one of my favorite Pokemon ever. Ignore that Charmander, even though it says 216 there. See? It's. We'll get to that later. Just ignore it for now. Blueberry Sands, also known as Underswept Sands. Shout out to Nixon's Eyebrat. Shout out to the Great Rogue for Starshift Azrael, whose I completely butchered, so I Tipexed over it and redrew it. Oh, seriously, I don't know what Tipex is called in any language aside from German, but it's like that white glue-like paint that you white out something that you drew. Like you see, or that you wrote, like you see exactly what it is. And oh my goodness, it's so hard to draw on this thing. It's so freaking hard. Genocide swap sands, because my brother, like, no, okay, yeah, my brother definitely liked his design, but obviously so did I if I drew them. Shout out to Displicity Draws. And now for the stuff that isn't just one character. Genocide and pacifist timelines. This was really hard because, like, look, I took their color schemes to write these, but Frisk's color scheme is really similar to Sans. Well, no, actually, why did I leave them uncolored like this anyhow? And those Sonic and Tails, I don't know why I drew them here, probably because there was space there, but the reason why they look like this is in the Archie comics, or specifically Sonic Universe, um, only a handful, like I think less than 10 of them ever get translated here in Germany, or at least my local bookstores only ever sold less than 10 of them. And and so I have a handful of these comics. And the very first one, the first issue, and that's weird because it actually is called the issue one, is Shadow and Metal Sonic showing up in Blaze's world, which I later, through the internet, found out was during the whole Scourge fight, where all those hedgehogs were fighting each other and Super Scourge and started beating all of them into a pulp together, and then Shadow warped away with Metal Sonic to take him out of the equation. And yeah, then they end up in Blaze's world, where that meme popular, infamous mm, Shadow Face is from. And yeah, that Sonic and Tails, they don't actually look like that, but Marine in the flashback explanation that she did, Sonic and Tails looked somewhat similar to this. Whatever. Ah, yeah, then my first comic. So what's the story like? We have Paper Mario sleeping and then a scary shadow sneaking up on him. And it's Sans. Paper Mario, of course, a stranger showing up at his house is ready to fight. But Sans isn't there to fight. And instead, actually, why the hell was Frisk kidnapped? Isn't they are the main character? Whatever. So yeah, Paper Bowser and Flowey, the flower are working together. It's just so funny. Like, nah, this is awesome. This is so silly. I miss when I had whimsy like that. Now my art is so serious the whole time. I don't do strange random stuff like this anymore. So yeah, that's the start of the story and the end of page one and the end of the comic because I never continued it. Paper Mario and Sans were supposed. Man, I even made a cover art for that comic in 217, so you'll see that later. They were supposed to go on a whole adventure to save them. And since the page still had space, I tried drawing myself, but since it wasn't enough space, I drew myself like this, and this became its own character. I know what that's supposed to be, though. Like, an evil me? I have no idea, I'll be honest. Huh. I for- I didn't draw this thing in today's post. Darn. And that is how G2 was born. Those two weren't originally there. I just plastered them there because there was space. Obviously, there was no space because poor, poor Chespin. Why did I put it in the flames? So, what's the story behind this? We had a lot of during projects in middle school. We had free periods where we could always work on them, and everyone would go sit with their partners working on their stuff. So no one was actually on their actual tables and spots. And during one of these times, I noticed two of my classmates sitting, that were working on their project near where I normally sit. They were going through my stuff and looking through it. So yeah, I had E2, who was my Sona, who was me. So I drew an angry, evil version of myself to tell them to stop. And yeah, doing that doesn't make people take you seriously, especially if they weren't taking you seriously before because they think you're childish. That doesn't really change that. Oh, yeah, sad story. But hey, that's how G2 came into existence. Cool, right? And especially because that's how G2 came into existence, I'm actually so sad that I haven't written a date on this. Because, like, on the thing, when I drew out each character for the first time, that's their birthdays. Like, I really want to know, but it's impossible to know. Because, yeah, I even looked, like, trust me, I didn't have social media back then, so that's no help. And my heart, my laptop, my old laptop, my old phones and stuff, like everything that I have, it didn't help me either because this, I took the initiative to all the drawings to get them out of their folders and scan them in about 3 years ago. So that was even before I began streaming, which is why most drawings, like the drawings that I haven't lost, like the OGs, no, that's the reason why they actually look good here, from quality, I mean. But for the dates, to find out what date I drew them, obviously I need to look at the original photos that I took of them. But the problem is that those first drawings, most of the things that I've shown you up to now, I didn't take photos back when I first started. I was just, I remember it well. Like most of the photos are from December, which isn't right because, like, you saw the date on the our portraits that they're not from December. But what I did back then, I would wait until I had a bunch of drawings together, like 20, 30, and then I would take photos of all of them at once. So it's unfortunate, really. Then all the stars from the Mario series that I knew of, the Power Stars, the Paint Stars from Mario Color Splash, the it's a shine sprite. That's not a sunshine. There's nothing as such as a sunshine. The great stars from Mario Man, I could not draw stars to save my life back then, and now I do it in less than 3 seconds without any effort. I've gotten so good at drawing stars because I love stars. The Zatar or Z Star, I really thought, up until, mm, is it Jamboree that it came back? I think it's Jamboree. Up until Jamboree called it a star, I thought those things are called Z Star. Actually, I believe in Mario Party DS, it's actually called a Z-Stern, also Z-Stern, also Z-Star. The red star that allows you to fly from Mario Galaxy. Star! Wow! The rainbow star from Galaxy, L Star, and Twink, because those are the only stars from Paper Mario that I knew by heart what they look like. I know there's a blue one, I know there's a pink one, I know there's one with glasses. Hell, I don't even know their names actually. I don't know much about the seven stars. Damn, I don't even have a crystal star from Paper Mario 2 here now that I think about it. Or the pixel star from Super Paper Mario, and I really love Super Paper Mario. Even back then, I really loved Super Paper Mario. Man, what was I doing? Oh well. Then a bunch of random stuff. Steve Chabanyan, Snake Glove. Honestly, this might have been something that wasn't lying around in the classroom. I don't know where I would have gotten it from otherwise. Hey, suppose, man, I gave, always. I used to give Mars such a receding hairline that's terrible. Pet Ghost, Potting Ghost, which was supposed to be a pet ghost, but I screwed it up. And see, Funny Boy, I drew it like this and it became its own character. Smiley. Now I just call it Smiley, but then it was Smiley Boy. Whoa. Oh, and then because of that, like, you'll see later how I draw the caps nowadays, but I really didn't know how to do it back then. So, and because of I do it like this, you'll see it later. No, I'll show you later. Now I purposefully draw it to be a cap that is so big that hides one eye. I think it looks really cool how I draw it nowadays. And by nowadays, I mean literally how I drew it yesterday. And yeah, the villager from Animal Crossing New Leaf on the 3DS with how I have it. Villager, funny boy. Goddamn. And those are the things that made me re-edit the video. Oh, see? Just like that. Or, well, not just like that, but kind of like that. One eye is hidden, even nowadays. Wait, really? That was all that I had from Miiverse back then? Oh, and the Miiverse thing isn't here because I made those collages when I made the videos originally, and I did not want to redo the collages after I found the Art Academy and Miiverse stuff because hell to the no! Ah, and now to the video that will probably copyright strike this spot as well. 217. 216, I began my art journey, but 217, because like August 216, that's when I started drawing art. And like a majority of the year is already over by then, you know? So really, most of my art came this, most of my early art came from this year. Ah, oh yeah, so Creative World, there is this convention every January. They have Christmas stuff, they have art stuff, they have eh, there was a third, but I don't remember. Christmas World, Creative World, and Paper World. What's the difference between creative and paper? I always forget. I never understood what the difference is. But point is, those will look terrible because those are also cropped from me drawing on paper walls, which are to test out their art supplies. Like, those are all things that um to test out because they are not on the market yet. Those are all things that will be on the market at some point later that year or even next year. So yeah, heck, I'll say Charmander, and I even put a question mark back then because I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be Charmander. At least that was the original plan. But if this is not Charmander, I have no idea what this is. I could make it into an original character at this point, but well. Inside story music, it always makes me happy. I love like classic Eggman is so nice to draw. And look at this, there's a whole ass comic here. Mega Man, Sonic, Mario, and Pac-Man going for the Smash Ball. Pac-Man is the one who gets it and starts chasing them with Mario, you can't say that. Shame on you. Diglett, the Pokeballs, the Switch, because I think it was just revealed. The Switch was just revealed at that point. Man, I really had something for Pac-Man there, didn't I? Learning to draw caps was really something. This I found on my 3DS while looking for her. What's it called, for the Art Academy stuff? I found it in my 3DS's photo gallery. I am so creative. I saw this and it reminded me of Frisk. So honestly, this isn't even a drawing. I just drew Frisk's head next to Kirby. Oh, this I really like because yes, it's a lot of random stuff, but look here. This is something so weirdly creative. Those those papers that are already have holes so that you can put them in folders. I use the hole as Mario's nose. I'm so creative. I tried drawing 3D Pac-Man and look down here, metal pillar. Such a small random thing. I don't even know what the origin, like, I don't even know what I was thinking when I drew this. I just know it reminds me a lot of Metapod. Maybe I was even trying to draw Metapod, who knows? But like, metal pillar, because it's a metal caterpillar. I like it. It's one of the smallest, silliest things that I drew that absolutely love. Oh, hey, and look, Goombules from Inside Story. Man, what did I have with these type of shapes? They're like everywhere. Where's Sonic's head? Where the hell is Sonic's head? A bunch of Undertale. So, see, that's the problem. I used to draw on pretty much everything, so yeah, school stuff that even when I read what it says here, which no, I will not translate because I actually don't know how to translate it. Um, I have no idea what this is about actually. I just know that I suppose I ditched working on whatever the assignment was and started drawing. Cool, cool. Heart attack. Height training. What is this even about? Uh, Evil Kirby because I don't know. Tigger because one of my favorite Disney characters. I love Tigger so much. And those two, that's Tigger looking not purposefully, not looking like actual Tigger, but looking also from memory like my plushie. And that's my dog plushie. Oh, those two plushies, I love them so much. We'll get to those later again, but I love them so much. Those were the first two toys I have, and uh, that was that was my pet fish, Fire Spike. Oh, Fire Spike, I miss you. I don't even remember what year it died. God damn it. And Earl, cause I always loved him, Earl. Mario and Rabbit's Kingdom Battle. Inspiration. Rabbit. E2. I must have made a Valiant by then because that thing looks way too much like it. Yeah, no, and that's Fate. Like, man, the order really is a bit screwed, isn't it? Yeah, a lot of random stuff. I don't have. Oh, I think those down here that you can't see because of the bar being in the way. Let's wait until. Oh yeah, see, there's a Valiant. Yeah, those two down here, I think those are Youngling and Young Zelda. And here's a Valiant. Me being edgy and stuff with Mario giving you the finger. And now what is this? Baseball? No, or is it a planet? Planet plus Majora's Mask plus Moon equals boom. Yeah, that checks out. Makes sense. Delve it at shut up. What am I have no idea what this is. And here's Scourge. I like Scourge. I love his design. 217 squad. Yeah, no, that's wrong. Like, there's so many characters missing here. Oh, I don't even know why I drew any of these. Wait, is that a fish ice cream? This looks like onion sun, but is it a... no, it... Did I try to make Fire Spike into a character? I have no idea. So, see, this is one of the reasons why I wanted to do this stream. Parappa the Rapper. Does it look like this? So, like Gartic Phone, for example. Like, I wanted to do drawing games like this with my friends, with my family, because like I had no way of actually playing those website versions. I didn't have a computer back then. So I don't know what I had said, but my cousin had like my main idea was we're all gonna do characters that the other doesn't know. So my cousin had said Parappa the Rapper, and yes, I know who that is now. But I didn't know back then. And para, like, I was like, oh yeah, Paracupa. So I did a Paracupa wrapper. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, I drew that on the same sheet. And we reached the copyright part. God damn it. Wait! Maybe there won't have to be a copyright. After all, I began using multiple audio audio paths, so like I can just mute the music playing during these parts, so the bot at least won't get copyrighted. Ha! No, wait, the bot will get copyrighted, but the highlights that I'll do won't be. Ha! Cakey! The eyes are so off. I have nothing to say to this. I don't know why I drew this. I like this girl a lot during the time that I liked My Little Pony. So that is also from that drawing game. Zach, seriously, I don't remember what the character actually was. Zach, I didn't know what it was. He just told me it's an acronym. So I was like, okay, so it's Zepstrika. Awesome. This does not look like Zepstrika in the slightest, by the way. So, Overwatch, Valorant, TF2, any of these games, is there a character, some sort of robot character called Zach? Does anyone know this? Because I sure don't. Six Bones. Who made that at you anyway? Yeah, speaking of AUs, I tried making an Undertale AU with my characters, which you'll see even better in a bit. Then, seriously, I got inspired by so much stuff. Oh yeah, Rabbit E2, Kirby E2, Phantom from Mario Rabbids, because like Venom, one of the best characters. Um, yeah, inspired by all the expression sheets that I saw online. I did expressions for you too. And actually, all the expressions here for E2, we'll get back to these in 2023, by the way. I tried mimicking everything. Wait, is this where you two came from? Whatever. We'll get back to that. I had tune or real, as if this is realistic. And yeah, I was considering for a while to start drawing those Miis with limbs as they are in Tomodachi and Wii Sports, but I just never liked it, you know? Yeah. And see, that's funny. I posted it today. Once we're done with all of the summaries, I'll show it to you, but I posted it today, my OC squad. And in those 10 years, today was the first time I actually successfully drew all of my characters on the same canvas, on the same sheet. I've tried doing this so many times over the years, but I never did it. Kinda weird and sad. And yeah, for a while I wanted to learn how to draw with my left hand. I gave that up way too quick. I like see that's how I drew caps in 2017, and while it's changed a lot since then, the basic idea is still remained the same even so many years later. Miku, because I like Project Mirai Deluxe on the 3DS. And Familiar of Zero I was watching back then. Yes, even despite its edgy topics. They flew, seriously, looking back at it, they flew all of them. Like, I love familiar Zero, but everything edgy flew right over my head. Like, I was way too innocent to even notice back then. I gave everyone scarves because I thought that would make them more original. And that's so strange. That's so strange. It's so strange, and that's why I have to notice it. This specific drawing of Waluigi here, I don't know why, but I still love it so much to this day. Maybe because of his expression. Like, he looks so innocent. I don't know why I like it so much. I just do. Broken Tail. The hell's Broken Tail? Did I make it? Uh, oh yeah, Broken Tail aside, welcome to my greatest contribution to the Undertale fandom, which I'm pretty sure if I were to post it today in the Deltarune, in any Deltarune community, it might get good traction. Birdcaster. I don't know why I drew this. See, that's what I'm talking about. I miss having this type of random nonsense whimsy. Ah, treasure. I love these eyes. These type of eyes, I love them a lot. Then I tried fusing them, but it was weird. I forgot what it says here. Doesn't matter. And yes, I suppose I have to mention it. Shame on little me for knowing that. I, at moments I was too oblivious and innocent and whatever. Whatever. So what's with this? My middle school has this thing going on in ninth grade where each class does either theater play or their own little homemade movie, which we show off to the rest of the school. Then, like, don't have classes for like 2 months, so we can work on that. But like, it's mandatory to work on that. We still have to show up school. We just don't have any math or English or history or anything. And yeah, the problem is though that regular school hours don't apply to that. So some days we're done by 10 a.m. and on that specific day, it was 8 p.m. and I was still there. Like a bunch of us were still there, and all the parents of the kids involved were really mad at the teachers for literally telling us none of you are going home till we're done with this. So at some point I was really mad and I drew these and I was just pointing at them because I didn't want to talk anymore, which didn't gain me any sympathy points, but what? Why did I redraw everything just a while later? Who knows? Who knows? Vampire Diaries logo, because that was a gift for someone. I'll leave it at that. I gave that up way too quick. I was not in the mood to draw all the pixels and partners from 1 and 2. You got Ruby Nyan, you got Sapphire Nyan, and so I made Garnet Nyan because, haha, Garnet, ha, you okay, well, you get the joke. Sonic Nyan and Supersonic Nyan, who I gave the same not blank but intimidating expression as Hover Nyan. And honestly, most of them speak for themselves, but this I have to mention. Those sans rotations, duck, are, well, basic rotations. I took inspiration from Marin Luigi Bowser Sensei story when you're on a character stats screen. They rotate the whole time. And speaking of Inside Story, uh, this is such a cool idea I had. Like, I knew about Sans Mario, but honestly, I don't, even to this day, I don't know what type of blasters Sans Mario has. So, like, I gave him a dry Bowser blaster. Doesn't it? I think that's such a cool idea. And by the way, you can see a lot of Inside Story and a lot of Undertale. That's why the music is from Inside Story and Undertale. All the songs that I chose for all of these videos are songs that have either to do with what I drew, like I drew a lot of Undertale and Mario and Luigi Bowser's Inside Story stuff in 2017, so I'm using songs from those two games. What is Waluigi standing on? Or songs that, in general, outside of these drawings, were really important to me during that year, which is why, for example, it was Supersonic Racing in the previous one in 2016. In the end, chose none of these eyes nowadays. Dark and Heart with a nice detail that it is a darker color than the rest of the text in this video, and because that is vent art. That is vent art. Oh, frick. There's also other vent art that is lost art because I don't. Honestly, it might have been thrown away, but not by me, actually. The one that I'm thinking of. And introduction. After the whole Paper Mario and Sans thing, I want to do an actual comic. So I made cover sketches, and I still haven't made introduction. Switch Dog, I want to do credits for that, but I have no idea. I was searching for way over an hour. I could not find who the hell created the Nintendo Switch Dog. There's so many different sources for all the designs. Uh, my me with more, my E2, my me, myself, E2, basically all the same. E2 with more, with eyes that look more like what the me's eyes actually look like. I'm pretty sure I know this. Are those what Swap and Felgaster actually look like, or did I just make that up? And here, an AU with my characters. Did I make a second page for that? Yes, an AU with my characters and whatever this thing is. What is this? I called her Tina back then, now I call her Fate. Evelian. I chose Evelian because he has like this monster form, and I thought that fitting for the Undying to have, like, seriously, I did nothing about the relations of the characters nearly as much as I should have when I chose the roles. Torissa, because now I call her Aqua, back then I called her Melissa, and well, use that name with Toriel, but no, she's Aqua nowadays. Where's Plushy Flowey? Who the hell would have been Asriel then? Wait, seriously, Reese? Aqua? Who the hell is Asriel? I was not thinking. Gerankton? Because I really like saying that. Shout out to Miao. I don't have much to say about this. Look, no, I don't have much to say about this. It's just one of the things that I'm not particularly proud that I drew when I drew it. And here you have characters that I had forgotten about. Like you got Aqua, you got Kirby and Meta Knight, you got Shadow Kirby and Dark Meta Knight. But then those three, Shadow Aqua, this curvy girl and this shadow version of her. Those three, I for like. It's so strange because Aqua is such a mainstay and such a main face in my characters that I always draw even today. S- So it's so weird to me that I forgot about those. Like, in the very least, her Mirror World counterpart. Never mind those two, but how did I for? I can. I'm so confused about this. Oops. Oh yeah. Then for camera perspectives, we had also for the whole. No, for a different movie type thing. For a different class that I was taking, like media class. Yes, we had media class in middle school. Then come. Oh, that's when I jumped from Funny by 2002 to Emerald 2002. Hey, SpongeBob. Cool. Yeah, then Oh, that was my first logo. I never finished that. Like all the characters. No, two characters per game. Mario and Yoshi, Chibani and Whisper, Flowey and Sans. Why those two? Pikachu and Charmander, Bandy and Kirby, Sonic and my Goat Emerald, and E2. Or, well, I guess Emerald 2002 because he was still my Sona back then, so he had the same name as my account back then. Ah, yeah, and like, shout out to Chi Chi. Like, there is this mega, mega, mega beautiful fist bump cover. I guess also shout out to Yuki Mikey for that because his Sonic meets this character in Forces, Sonic meets this character, and so on and so forth. Like, he used that fist bump cover at the very end, and that's how I found out about that cover. And yeah, I want to make a comic based on that, and I real honestly, I could redo that for real, but me redoing that for real, like either as a good looking comic or as an animatic, would require to me trying to get in contact with that person and trying and asking if it's okay to use the song for it. And like, I don't, I fear I'm not big enough of a creator yet to be contacting people that I admire and ask something of them. I should have paused while saying this, because this is taking time. This might, this might, I don't know, it makes me think of, but this might be Frisk. Because you saw it in 216. I used to draw Frisk with open eyes, and I, I suppose I do apologize for that, but like, 217, I was 15 back then. I did not, I think until I was 17, like, I did not know about, like, I saw that in the game, the human, what are they doing? This, like, I did not understand the whole they, them thing back then. I did not understand what non-binary, like, I didn't even know the term non-binary actually back then. Like, that's, I suppose, partially because I grew up in a don't say gay, it's a bad word type of way. So, like, I did not know or understand any of that back then. So, and a lot of early Undertale comics. Now, actually, even nowadays, a lot of fan comics, which this is why they're obviously a use, portray Frisk and Kara, and even Chris. That's why they're all a use, as I said, as distinctively boys or girls. So yeah, I didn't understand it back then, so I did think Frisk was a girl when I was younger. And yes, I am embarrassed about that for my non knowledge, for my lack of knowledge. No, I was not in an edgy phase, I was in a creepy pasta phase because I hate creepy pastas because I was really scared of them and I still really dislike them now, so I was getting really into it to prove to myself that I'm not scared or some shit like that. Hell if I know. Didn't work, by the way. Yes, I made an EXE of myself for some reason. And here's the. Yeah. I should not be allowed to draw a Pokemon from memory. I should not be allowed to draw Pokemon from memory in the slightest. Uh, why is Cappy the only thing I colored in? And here you have random stuff that I glued together because, taped together because there was space on that sheet. I drew Emerald, I drew Gemerald, and yes, I drew this as one thing and then I cut it into pieces to make it a puzzle. Amazing puzzle, as you can see. But hey, I drew cool glasses. Hell yeah. Ah, now we're getting to the good stuff. Then again, that before was also good stuff. It was just silly stuff. Now we're getting to the serious stuff. See, this is why I told you before to ignore this. It says 216, but 4th of January. I've had such a problem all the way to high school, even in high school. Like, I was 1 year away from graduating and I was still having that problem. I would always, in January and February, I would still write the previous year on everything. So, yeah, this is in fact from 2017. I was just dumb with it. Like, I'm so bad with this. I should not be allowed to draw anything from memory now that I think about it. Because I can tell you, art-wise, it would look much better nowadays, but it would not be much more faithful to the actual character nowadays. Ah, and by the way, shout out to Serpilo, I guess, because why else would I draw Papyrus and Waluigi together? You even saw them together with a sketch in the sketches. Look, I had limited colors with my pencils back then, okay? Draw him too big, so the legs have to become very small syndrome. Actually, Sonic, I don't remember if M. Earl and Baby Mario too, but Sonic, no, I don't remember if Paper Mario either, but Sonic, as I said, and Charmander, I drew the line art of them in 2016. That I remember clearly, but I didn't color them in until 2017. Actually, I might have not even done Sonic's legs in 2016 because I might have just. I know for a fact that I do Charmander's line art in 16. I think this is a redraw of some official artwork, or at least this is artwork that I've seen before. I didn't do, I didn't write any credits because I think it's official. I should have checked that actually. And I know I started Sonic in 216 as well, but I might have ditched him because I didn't know what to do with the legs. And then a month later, I said, screw it, just make them small. Rogue Monsieur Blockhard is Blockhard. Like the name is self-explanatory, even in the like I don't have to translate it from German to English because it would still be the same thing. I think it's a better name, I'll be honest. Oh, and for the fusion times here, I really like Project Mirai Deluxe, by the way. For the fusion times, I didn't like, and I'm not a huge fan of Badenyan's design, so I didn't do him. I think I'm not a huge fan of Chibakoma's design now that I think of it about it. So, what's with this thing? Ash Greninja, for a long time, favorite Pokemon of my brother. Honestly, it's so weird that this looks so bad compared to the other Ash Greninja that I drew in 2016. Seriously, it's weird that Ash Greninja that I did in 2016, I still consider it top artwork of mine. Like, I don't know why. It holds up even today. So yeah, his old, not anymore, his old, I think his first even internet alias was Escafao. So I did that with his favorite colors. I asked him what colors does he want it to be, so I did that for him. And here a bunch of chalk drawings, which might or not be very well visible actually. Oh, did other chalk drawings come later? That's how I drew it too in 2017. You see, that's the thing. The You're Too Cool, I don't have the image anymore, but I have to explain this. So, Mitomo for mobile phones, the app, which was like Tomodachi, but you only had a single me. This was what my me looked like in that game. And you could do photos with them and take your actual photos from your phone as backgrounds. And that You're Too Cool is from Sonic CD's Good Ending with the flower field where it says You're Too Cool. So I took a picture of that and wrote Funny Boy style there. And this was actually on on the channel that I'm currently on. It was my profile pic for so many years. Seriously, I think it's only been 3 or so years since I actually changed that. I actually shouldn't have changed that now that I think about it. Shame on me. And yeah, I wanted to draw that profile pic of mine. And unlike the other Ash Greninja I did, this one does not hold up. I seriously don't understand. Flamer Boy 2002. Why is it Flamer Boy 2002? Because, like, Flamer, my Mystery Dungeon Charmander OC, fan character, I suppose, is more of a correct term. And yeah, fusion between Flamer and E2, which was my excuse to make Flamer or to give Flamer a Mega X form. We'll get back to this in 2024. This will look so much better then. Yeah, Flamer Boy, because Flamer and Funny Boy, you know? Then I started calling it Mega Flamer. Now I'm calling it Hyper Flamer because technically it's not a Mega Evolution. This is also lost art. I don't know where this like it's lost art. This is also what I cropped from an old photo I already had. It's sad. It's really sad. I don't want to think about these. I don't know. Like I refuse to think it no, I it doesn't make sense to me for those four, especially this ugly as hell Sonic. Like, oh my goodness, the teeth. Like, it does not make sense to me that they were drawn in 2016 because it that design, like me giving myself the mystery dungeon scarf and that Saiyan monkey tail, it does make sense. It is possible because I already had that design on my Minecraft skin by that point. But no, like it might have, I maybe should have put it in the pre-artist era video. I don't know, but I have no memory of these drawings. Like when I was like, not when I was scanning them, I remember it was like what, 2019, 2020, like before I started actually putting everything in correct order. I was looking through my drawings because I was searching for something specific and they were just there. They're not even fully in the folder, they were just lying in there. So, like, I don't know what's the deal with these drawings. So, maybe I should have put them in the pre artist era because it clearly says June 2016 on them. And I don't think I'm that stupid that I would have in June written 216 instead of 217, but I just don't want to think about these. Those are the drawings that might have actually just made a mistake putting them where I put them, but I don't know. Oh yeah, now there's the chalk stuff that I was talking about. Naps from Bowser's Inside Story. It's a regular enemy you divide in Bowser's body. It can transform into a power defense or, as you can see, in a speed version. I love Inside Story so much. Cheese, even though you can barely make him out. So, Chibi, why Wait, no. I'll explain that in a bit. Why Chibi Baby, which you can barely see, and FB. Why is that? Because my old internet name back then was Funny Boy, and so was that character's name, and I cut him in three. I didn't really understand what a chibi version was. Like, I didn't understand it was an art style thing. And the way I had understood it, I turned Funny Boy into FB, a kid version of himself called Chibi Boy, and a baby version called Baby Boy, or just Chibi and Baby for short. No, those are not the same character as a baby, adult, and child. Those are actually three. I guess you could say one person split into three, you know? Because, like, inner child split out of him or something like that. It's a bit. No, actually, that's exactly it. It's not hard to explain. That's exactly what it is. And to split into different versions of himself, but not the same person in but different ages. Spiky-eared Pichu, I love it. Not this drawing, but I love Spiky-eared Pichu. And this you can barely make it. You can barely make it out. It's those. Yeah, it's the air cannon from Bowser's Inside Story. I should not have drawn with yellow. What? Those under portrait. Sonic Leap. One of my first, I believe it was my second post on Insta ever. You know, Sonic Leap, Sonic's dash skill from Sonic Battle. Mario, but I gave him a scarf to make him align with my head cannon or something. The Squid Sisters, I forgot the O. Limna. And then I put the O, Limone. Those are their German names. And it's weird. I wrote their English titles, Squid Sisters, instead of C sounds, but they're German names. Callie and Marie. L-E 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Marie-I-E. Okay, that's. Hmm. I don't know. That's one letter less in English, so I don't know what her name would be with one missing letter and which letter should be missing. So, So this is also that drawing game, like that I was talking about earlier. Um, with everyone gives everyone a character that they don't know, and I don't know if it was me or my brother, but one of us gave our cousin Senis, from Underpants, the Serpio's Undertale parody. We one of us gave him Senis as a character, and he didn't know what it is, so he did Insanes, written like this, but called Insanes. And I don't remember what exactly his original drawing looked like, but it was basically that an octopus with a crown and a necklace. So, yeah, it was something silly he did, and he was about to throw it away, but I was like, no, 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 wait, I'll draw that myself because I really like that design. Yeah, technically, this is an OC of his. And that drawing from before by Mia Ooh that I had redrawn myself. Actually, why am I so embarrassed about it? Yes, I was just 15, but that's just a bit edgy. That's just a bit spicy. That's not really any, that's not really NSFW, you know? But yeah, based on that, I had drawn this. She still doesn't have a name. Ah, Flamer. He'll look better in 2024. Ash Ninja Flamer, because why the hell wouldn't I do that? Looks really cool, actually. I like the Ash Ninja Flamer design that I did. And here's the cover that I had done for the comic before. And that's where it stopped. Rip. Everyone from Dimble Woods. And yes, because technically they're supposed to live in Dimble Woods. The actual Vampire Diaries logo, that's also a cropped photo from back then because that was what I had drawn and given away as a gift. The Fifth Wave. It's a book. We had to read it for school, and I don't. I didn't do that drawing because I wanted to. We had to, but I don't remember exactly what we had to do. And here's a Smash comic that I did. Mar, Pikachu, and Link showing up, beginning to fight. Ah, yeah, this is classmates and teachers not respecting me. And oh, does this marker work? Give me that sheet that you're clearly fucking drawing on real quick so I can test it there. Because, who gives respect to artists? Am I right? Teachers and classmates sure don't. Yeah, here comes the Pikachu glazing. I don't know why Mario just took 5% from that arrow. I don't know why he's knocked back so freaking much. Like, dude, so dramatic. And here comes the Pikachu glazing. Yes, Thunderbolted that much damage to those two. I don't know what I was on about. And then suddenly the Smash. I'm so sad I never finished this because that was. This is technically page 7, and you can see that little star over there. Like, it was supposed to continue after this with, like, it was just those three fighting, but a fourth fighter. I'm just gonna say it. Kirby was also supposed to just come out of nowhere, take the Smash Ball, and then win the match, but I never drew the rest of it, sadly. Ah, see, that's what I was talking about. Their names were too long, so I did made them FB, Chibi, and Baby. And I call her, I call her Aqua nowadays. Her hair is so different from what it is now because nowadays she has like this super big ponytail. But like the hair is like this because it's based on that Haltman gear that you got in Team Kirby Clash Deluxe on the 3DS. If you connected, if you had a save file for Kirby Planet Robobot, like you got one extra gear for Sword being the Haltman helmet, which looked like Susie's helmet and hair, and the Haltman sword, which was Susie's robot bat upside down as a laser sword. And yeah, that's where the idea for her design came from in the first place. I don't know why I made her blue though. Ah, no, wait, not this. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Not this one. Not this one either. Here, a bunch of favorite characters of mine. And seriously, I love seeing this. I love seeing that it's not something that because oh yeah, in the recent years since the Switch, I have the clear memory of it because like things that are like this 9 years back are obviously blurry, kind of blurry to remember. So I love seeing that, yes, I do remember it correctly. When I claim it, Magalor and Emerald have always been my favorite characters. Also, I did them both in Justice here. Maritail, because I did not know that about the actual Undertoad AU people had made back then. And yes, this implies that. No, I think what I had thought of was that Iget didn't build a robot that was Mr. L, but wait, actually, this is. Oh no. Oh no, Oh no, what did I do? Oh, Luigi should have been the professor. Oh no. This is. Yeah, let's not think about it. Hey, Undyne doesn't always have to fall for alphas, right? Also, yes. Also, shout out to Sir Pilo again. Oh, Toadsworth, I miss you. See, this how I used to draw Toads back then, and I kind of screwed it up, and I was like, wait, this kind of. See? I messed up drawing a toad and it became a new character of mine. I love it. That's what I love about art. A complete accident, like completely random accident, non intended. I love Inside Story. Have I said that before? Uh, Velnion and Tina. Yeah, nowadays I call her Fate, my Undertale OC. So the story behind them, we had to do um practicum. I don't know what it's called in English, but basically, mm, during middle school, we had to go do intern work. Is that it? I guess internships, something like that, for like a week or two, in different fields. Like at the start of seventh grade, we had to do that in kindergartens for a week, for 2 weeks. Then we had to do it in. Oh no, then we did it in wherever we wanted, I think, in whatever field we wanted. So I had gone as an assistant teacher in my elementary school. It was nice seeing all my old teachers again. I was an assistant in first grade. Like, even as a seventh grader, being an assistant for first graders was doable. And yeah, during one of the school breaks, all the kids were supposed to go out, but since I was there as a teacher, I was staying in the classroom. And like, it's first grade, they're just learning about everything. So, like, they had a paper there showing how the different layers of an onion are and how an onion grows through rain and the sunlight and stuff like that. And that onion shape, that's how octonion specifically came to be. So actually, this came. So imagine this, and that's why this the shape like this. This was the drawing of the onion in that info sheet that they had on the wall, and what are the tentacles were the roots. And from that I made Rebellion, and yeah, Fate I just made because I like Undertale. And Fate. I'll talk about that later again later, but yeah, characters like Fate and Aqua went through so many normal names like Tina, Melissa, like it never ends well when I try to name a character, to give a character a normal human name. Eventually, I just Aqua, Fate, fighting. Like, eventually, I just get to non real names. But yeah, the character that nowadays I call Fate, she, uh, like, I don't know if you can tell from her expression in this drawing, but like long sleeves that cover her hands, very shy and quiet personality, hair that partially covers her eye, and a blue and pink color scheme. And I call her Fade. Do you see what I'm getting at? I'll explain that later again. That one artwork from Inside Story. Shout out to Emunice. I don't think they're still online, but their art still is. Whatever. Why is this on artworks? This is unfinished, dang it. So I didn't know their art from the internet. I had a phone case for my iPhone 4 with that art, so I tried to draw my phone case, and it was only recently that I thought that art on my phone case is probably fan art, stolen fan art from someone. Let me try and find who that it was from. This is me gravely misunderstanding what pixel art means and sends jump scare for no reason at all. And all their different versions. NB. No, not non binary. It's that funny boy, devil boy, negative boy. Because I explained that in a different stream before, but now is when I have to explain it. So that Mario versus negative Mario pixel animation, sprite animation. I severely misunderstood, like any type of, like, I was so new to the internet back then. Any type of concept with if any character had a different name, I thought that's a different type of character and not like, Sonic and Supersonic. That I obviously know is the same character but transformed. But any other thing like Mario and Paper Mario, those are two different characters. So when I saw Mario versus Negative Mario, when I saw that sprite animation, I thought, and especially I did not know about fanon versus canon back then. Like anything I saw, especially that's why early DeviantArt, Mario stuff like Psycho, Net Sylvia, Nintendo, shout out to all of them. Why all of their stuff inspired me so much when I was little because I did not know that there is stuff that people make that isn't official or can. I saw Mario art and I just thought, oh yeah, cool. That's like this and that. Okay, then why isn't it that way in the game? I don't know. Like, my logic was, let's take Nintendo for an example. Like Mario and Peach have two fan children, and even Luigi and Daisy have a fan child. And I was like, oh yeah, even even before I knew the internet, I shipped Mario and Peach and Luigi and Daisy. Heck, Luigi and Daisy have been a favorite ship of mine forever. Heck, because the Luigi and Daisy, That's the pipeline. That's the freaking pipeline. That's the freaking rabbit hole. Because Luigi and Daisy have been a favorite ship of mine forever, I was searching for stuff for them because I had discovered in 2014, I had discovered AM files for the first time. So I was searching for Luigi and Daisy AM files, which is how I discovered all that art, and I found out that it's from DeviantArt, which is how I browsed it, which is how I found all that awesome art from all those artists that inspired me, which also was a reason why I eventually started. Well, okay, the main reason why I began art, I told you like 20 minutes ago. Wait, no, I told you like 2 hours ago, but that was all you like all of these people or mm, or Super Mario Bros. C or all the animation YouTubers from back then, like that's all so much stuff that inspired me and slowly led to me wanting to do that myself. But the point I'm trying to make here is all of that I thought is, oh yeah, negative character is also a character version, but not completely evil, so that's how I made him. And another fun trivia about this drawing specifically, Glitter and the other girls also existed back then. Like, but I was embarrassed about, I don't know why, like, I don't know why exactly, but I couldn't really bring myself to draw girl characters. I suppose mainly because of the chest area. Like, come on, do I want to say I was a boy? I don't know if I want to say that. And by this, I was in seventh grade back then, so like, I was embarrassed to draw chests and stuff. Now look at my VTuber model. Like, not so embarrassed anymore, am I? Ah, point is, they did exist in idea back then already, but I didn't really draw them. You saw CG Sans, but seriously, none of them. I don't remember their names they because I never actually drew them because I was embarrassed about it. And back then, when they were relevant, I knew their names, so I had no reason to write it down anywhere. Well, like, yeah, I made one character and made a bunch of other versions, a child version, a baby version, evil child, evil baby, negative baby, negative child, girl version, girl child, girl baby, and so on. Like, so a total 18 of them, but FB, chibi, baby, BB, hell, hate, NB, anti, negative, FG, CG, for funny girl, chibi girl, PG, baby girl, but the other six? Yeah, obviously DG and NG for Del Girl, Negative Girl, but what were the other four called? What were the evil and negative baby and child girls called? That I don't remember in the slightest, and I'm sad about that. All because I was too embarrassed to actually draw them. Here you see a bunch of my characters. Yeah, Darky, who nowadays I call SK. Back then he was just. Ah, and see this. This was my very first profile pic on Insta. This guy right here. God damn it. Uh, All of these are from memory, by the way. See, now this are nice looking drawings of them, considering these are 9 years old compared to that first one that you saw earlier. Sonic's talking sprite from Sonic Battle, but I turned him into Scourge because I really like Scourge. Cover for introduction coming soon. It never did. It's sad, it never did. Yeah, kinda gave. I don't know why, but I like the thing that people did that Sans would have Papyrus' scarf. So I did this with the others, and for back then, I really liked how I did the smoke on Swap Papyrus's cigarette. And I don't know, I gave him those red markings. Those aren't scars or anything. Like, I think this is just like Shadow the Hedgehog inspired. Like, I don't know, but I think it looks cool. Uh, the final sketch for the introduction cover, which is honestly the best version of the introduction cover. Because then the actual introduction. Oh, yeah, Dementio, and we'll get back to that later in the stream. 20 years of Pikachu, pretty self explanatory. Then again, 20 years of Pikachu. Aside from this, the ears and the head are really misplaced on this one. Like, from the shading that I did here and the shading that I did here, especially the space that I did here, not the motorbike, that is a mistake. Those are some of my favorite things that I did in 2017. Spooky B-Day for my cousin because Halloween is her birthday is on Halloween and Pinkie Pie is also her, or maybe still is, favorite character from My Little Pony. Ah, 217, that's when Weavers ended. I'm sad about it. So I don't need to pause for everything. Stop pausing for everything. See, this is why the final sketch for introduction is better than the actual cover because it's unfinished. And the other one just looked nicer with everyone being everywhere like that. And here are the things that caused me to have to work an extra week on these videos. That and fighting inside in the family that I talked about on Twitter, but I'm not going to talk about it here. I don't have much to say about this. I think they look nice, albeit a bit squiggly. Like, Inke's face isn't that great. I guess having those smooth digital colored lines automatically makes it nicer. No, not automatically makes it nicer. I think pencil sketches are still the nicest looking, like, still my favorite type of art, look-wise. Ugh, something's really wrong with that, Charmander. And Pikachu's feet were way too high. This is nice, though. Pokemon Art Academy. The backgrounds are directly from Pokemon Art Academy. I did not do them in the slightest, but I think that's obvious. That's a strange looking Litwick. Oh, I gotta say this. I don't do shadows like this. When I first started shading my art, I was considering doing it like this because I did remember how to do it from Art Academy. I don't remember how to do it anymore. But I decided against it because, like, it's cool looking, but it's not my style. Hell yeah! Splatoon 2. Even though I played Splatoon 1, 2 is where I feel most home at. Even though I began with 1. I love 2. I love 2 so much. And again, aside from that, because I already had that, and that I guess, all of the Art Academy stuff isn't here because I will not redo the collage. Damn, that's a quick jump to 2018. This is such a weird Greninja. Yeah, it took me a lot of tries to do this. So, see, I want to truck Detective Conan. I gave up real quick for some reason. And this was for school. This was for art class. We were supposed to do something, whatever we wanted, with a pre-existing historical piece of art. So I took that. West Sands Waffle? I don't know. I have no idea. I can't draw humanoid stuff, but at least I tried back then. Nowadays I don't draw Inklings because I just can't. And see, that's also that and something else from these two. Birdgaster, Super Saiyan Omega Chara, and Super Saiyan Arceus. Where is my whimsy nowadays? I don't do stupid stuff like that anymore. It's so funny. Why don't I do that anymore? I don't know. Like, in this thing, I get gastro vibes from it, but I have no idea what I am doing. I don't know what these are. Hell yeah. That's. No, is that goggles? No, that wasn't goggles. Who was that? Headphones and goggles. Ah, protagonist squid, who I might know. What is that? That's an imprint from a different drawing, but I could not know which one. Ah, yeah, for some of these I don't have much to say. For this, we were over at relatives for New Year, and I don't know, my drawings somehow came up, so I did this on my phone real quick through Snapchat. I know what we were talking about. See, here I really like the ways the classic characters looked in Sonic Mania Adventures, you know, that little animated series on YouTube. So I want to draw him as Sans and Papyrus, but I'm pretty sure I could do it way better nowadays. Oh, and these, I can show that later actually, because obviously this isn't in the video. So for the media class that I was talking about earlier, we were doing stop motion movies, and my group we did this, and with my group I mean I did nearly all the work, like just the video editing was what the others did. And this year I remember well, and we were going. This was one of the last things that I still did in middle school, since 2018 was when I finished middle school and began high school. We're going to a museum in a completely different city, which was like an hour or two away. So with those big travel buses to get us there. So in the bus, I was drawing. I was listening to that da 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 that always played in the Kirby anime. In right back at Kirby anime, you know the name. And Kirby right back at ya whenever Kirby would inhale something. So I was listening to that small song part on loop while drawing the previous and this drawing. And yes, from back then, I don't know. Like, Forgotten Land confirmed it for me, but even back then, I don't know why I thought that, but in my head, I knew the Warp Star is alive. Yeah, me screwing up sketches and that don't turn out well enough for myself. So I'm belittling myself instead of drawing the rest of the sketch, making me have to draw a sketch all over on a different sheet. And that was the final sketch. See, my final sketches, since I drew on paper, I would tape the paper on a window and then hold the paper that I would do the actual artwork on over it with one hand, and with the other hand, I would trace it with the fine liner. So this is weird. Yo and Amidamaru, because when taking the photo, when putting it in a folder on my phone, when putting it on a folder on my freaking laptop, and even when editing, only at the start of last week when I uploaded the video, only then did I realize that Emerald and the Soul Emeralds are here. I have no idea how I didn't. I just I just turned them off in my brain. Like I somehow only saw this part. This is so strange. I never finished that sketch by the like I never actually drew them. Ah, Kate. We're doing stop motions for something else, like a contest which was not school internal, but it was like for the whole just the town or the state. I don't remember. Mm, But yeah, we were doing stop motion animations for that, and I had space on the paper, so I started drawing. And this is Kate's original sketch. Look at how cute she is. And because I drew art here, my first idea was to cut the non-art part off, but then I regretted it and retaped it on. I'm an idiot for that. For cutting it off in the first place, I mean. 5 years of the worlds, great gaming mascots, and shameless self-insert. 4 anime heroes because I posted it in my story, I remember that. Why is there only 4 here, not 5? Oh, the fifth one will come later because the fifth one was supposed to be Yo and Damaru, but I never did that actually in the end. Oops! Oh yeah, fun fact, for a while I would draw R and L to signify left and right hand on E2 because no one seemed to get it, including myself. I drew a bunch of Undertale. Like, I don't know why I drew these twice, but then I cut it out to look like it. Is that a hand? Holy shit, wait, I just noticed that. What is that? Looks like a hand and something? What the hell did I draw there? A bunch of Starlight weapons and items? Another failed attempt at drawing everyone. Bob. He was the main character for that stop motion. Did I ever color him and cut him out? I don't think I did. In the very least, this is the only. I don't know. If I actually colored him in and cut him out, then I don't have that cutout anymore, which is sad. Introduction page 1. Even though I never finished the cover. Then Inside Stories box art, which was the first thing that I had drawn in months. I think this is the Dark Star, but I'm not so sure. Then for a while I wanted to draw everyone in the same style as C2. Didn't look good. I refused them like I did last year. I don't know what the hell is happening here with Magler. I think Magler, I might have given Magler the Phantom Ruby, but I'm not sure. If I did, why did I do it completely black though? Also, I love Splatoon music. And I don't know if that was the intention, but this for some reason reminds me of Scratch from Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. You know, Scratch and Grounder. And this remi- uh, I should turn this into a character, like this Tasmer char- villain character of mine. I should turn this into a lackey of his. And it kind of reminds me of those demons, how they look in Demon Turf in that first top world. But uh, no relation there. That's a weird coincidence, actually. Ah, here, Walk 3. This is the only cut-out version that I still own, by the way. And so this was supposed to be my final art class project in middle school, but I never finished this. This I want to make a collage that looks like myself, like those collages where everything here would be a dark blue because it's the inside of the cap, and this would be a lighter blue, and this would be white and yellow, and a bunch of different photos with mainly these colors. So when you look close, it's those different photos, but when you look at the whole thing from afar, it looks like this, like a character. But I never did that. That's where Placum came from. I like him. That is sad, actually. Yeah, I only have the sketches here in the video because in the actual art, I also wrote something and that's private, but from the first sketch to the final art, it became less and less detailed every time, which I think is sad. Why did I do that? Swan Lake, that had something to do with my entry into high school, but I don't remember what. Dr. Mario, 100 followers on Insta, which I never finished. Sad. And this I want to talk about. There was, I don't know if it still exists, or in the very least, I don't know how to replicate it. There was this glitch in Sonic Mania. It might have been patched with the Plus version, where it would cause the characters when they turn super, instead of having their normal colors, and I guess I did test it with all of them, it would turn them this weird reddish brown. So I called them Phantom Super Farms. I want to make a Starlight comic where they just arrived on the secret stage, but I never finished that. Man, I had such a cool idea for that. Like, seriously, the I don't remember how this comic was supposed to go, but like near the conclusion, both Galactonite and Morphonite were supposed to show up. I did not understand that they are basically the same person back then, or well, that Galacta is part of Morphonite for Morphonite to exist. So, yeah, and like this shot of both of them showing up since 2018, it's still so clear in my mind. I really should draw it at some point. Fuck the Master Crown, by the way. I don't. The only thing I can think of when seeing that is Jam Bam Rock or Jam Bam Jewel, but it looks nothing like him. It might have been inspired by him. Mega! I want to make a moveset for E2. the Smash move set. I was thinking about that as well. I still have all the ideas. Like I never finished drawing the Smash moves, but I still have all the ideas. I remember them clearly, so I really should try and do that again. Dark Horse Origins. I'm so infinitely sad that I don't have a date on this one because Dark Horse is such an important main character. Poses that I wanted to use these. I, I had drawn them with the intention of every time I want to draw a character in a pose, I'll trace it over them on a different sheet of paper. So I want to make a pose sheet that I could use every time, but I never did. I never used it for anything. Kanyan! Man, I miss Wibble Wobble. Sad that some people tried to bring it back to life, but level 5 said no. E2002, and that's how the name slowly became short because I thought Emerald 2002 is way too long of a name. Oh wait, those two are what uh, what's was getting through in that other drawing. Yeah, so the dark core, like I have this dark future plot line cooking up in my brain that I have so many storylines I never made a comic out of any of them. So E2 would get possessed by the dark core and turn evil and stuff. So I went completely crazy with. Then again, I suppose this was an early design. Uh, I did it goose style like in Origin 3. So then I went completely crazy with it. I don't know what this horn is, but like the Mega Charizard wings, the G2 Devil's Form tail, and the cape from Inner Region. Whatever. I went overboard with it. Meh. I don't know why I have no idea what the. I think it was English class where this car came from, but I don't know, I'll be honest. that was me in a media market. They have those phones on display that you can do just see and test, and I did that for some reason. Tasmer, my goat. So, see, that's one of the things that I really want to talk about. That's why I'm making the stream. So the reason his mouth is like this is because I was trying to draw Squirtle because it has like this pointy mouth. But I did it from memory and I misremembered how it was. And then when I looked it up, I was like, that is not how Squirtle's mouth looks like. So then I just start doing whatever. And somehow this whatever turned into a whole ass character. That's what I love about art. So, and Caro too, that's what I love about art. So we had blinds in our classroom, and this still happens nowadays. I'll talk about it later with some other drawings, but sometimes in wall patterns, in ceiling patterns, in the way that blinds or any type of fabric folds, I see like my artistic I see I can see characters and or drawings in them, so I try to sketch what I see. And that's how Carol came to be. Man, I'm pretty sure my voice is not being great right now, but I don't, it's rare for me to talk so much in a stream, so yeah, kinda hard to keep up my voice like this. Kate's original sketch looked 1,000 times better than this. How did I, like, I even drew them nearly at the same time. Really like how Infinite turned out. So this was also art class. We we were given some really old books that that the school couldn't use anymore because they were so damaged. So our teacher ripped out pages of them, gave each of us a page, and used the page for a drawing. I did it wrong because my drawing wasn't incorporated in the page, but clearly you could clearly see it on it. Like it had nothing to do with the page itself, but hell yeah, my goat. So I drew this. Oh my goodness, I posted this and showed this and talked about this so many times. This was a birthday gift for my aunt, and it was hanging on the fridge for so many years. No, not even on the fridge. It was. Ugh, time wasn't kind to it, and she wasn't taking good care of it. So like, this is a cropped version of the original photo from back then. I'm gonna show you later if I don't forget it what it looks like nowadays. Actually, let me see. Can I find it real quick? Seriously? Nah. Then we have to do it like this, I guess. Scream if you see Roselia. She should be here somewhere. I don't know where though. Ah, there it is. This is what it used to look like, and this is what it looks like now. My poor baby. She did not take good care of it. So I had this as a reaction image of sorts. Like, you know that thing when somebody here, you know that thing online when someone writes something way too specific and people reply to it or quote it with the image of a character to make it look like they're saying it. I drew this for Mario to do it on WhatsApp. I should retry drawing an Inkling Chow. Vent art again. No, I will not disclose any of the vent arts why they were made. Mostly because it's been so long I don't really remember why they were made. See, that's the figures of the stop motion. I don't. They may be in my middle school stuff, but in my art stuff, none of them are. So I don't know if I still have them, sadly. I miscolored Supersonic's legs. Someone had let me know back. My first comment I had ever gotten on Insta was someone telling me I miscolored Supersonic's legs. Let that sink in. Ah, yeah. Enough sketches later, here it finally is. Over a month too late for his actual birthday. Oops. Ah, yeah, that's the art project I was talking about earlier. See, that's why it sucks that things aren't in the correct order. And that I can't, trust me, I tried putting them in order. It was such a headache and I failed that I gave up. Oh yeah, page one of introduction, unfinished, like everything of introduction. Running towards the new year. Oh, racing towards the new year. Animations. Yeah, I only have the thumbnail for the animation here. But I'll actually show it to you. once the next video loads. Okay, so let me actually find it and show you. Hey, stop playing before I can show you off. There we go. My first stop motion animation that I did in school. I really want to redo it in good at someday. I have such a nice idea for how to do it. I need to. This is way too loud. Goodness. Poor Peach getting mishandled like this. And Luigi just stops for some reason. Like his ass is not helping. Mario, that was the slowest punch ever. How did you walk into that? And no, I don't know why stars have that power. They just do, okay? Don't question it. Why am I making fun of my own work here? Yeah, can't show you the credits because it has male class names, male classmates' names. So, yeah. No, 2019. Luckily, these videos get shorter, so. I really wanted a super farm for E2 for a long time. Like, I was really into Dragon Ball back then. Nah, Deltarune. I freaking love Deltarune. And I was really into Detective Conan and Kaito Kid back and no, Kaito Kid. What was it? Magic Kaito. That's what what his own sub-series was called. Left and right again, and I quit it again. I was really into Steven Universe back then. Now all these things are on-off phases. Little Demi! He'll come back later, don't worry. And that here was when I had gotten the Mega Man Legacy collections. Like, I have liked Mega Man for a few years at that point, but I had never had a way to play the games myself, so that year it had changed. So I was really getting into Mega Man, being able to play 1 through 11 and X1 through 8. These are for fighting Swirl. Like, I'll talk about that later when we see fighting herself. Wait, how the fuck did I make that elemental concept in 2019, but I only made fighting in 2021? That doesn't make sense. Weird. What was my idea back then with that? Cut off because I literally cut out the rest of the sheet. I don't know where it is. Only this part of Monokuma exists. Yeah, snippets because you see a part here is missing. We'll get back to that later. That was for art class in high school now. All of these were actually. I don't remember what exactly. But yeah, these are all art class things. Okay, not that. That was me trying Mega Flamer again. I never finished that drawing. Ah, That was when I want to give E2 many different forms. Regular, full power, sword, blaster. Those actually all exist. Right and left. Actually, all of them still exist. It's just beside the fact that I don't actually turn all my story ideas into comics, even in the story itself, you gotta imagine it like this. Like, Goku hadn't used Kaioken up until since he got in Super Saiyan up until the tournament with Universe 6. So, yeah, left and right are kind of like that. They still exist, even if they're not relevant anymore. And that is from 218 that overboard evil corrupted E2. That was the next version, which still changed a tiny bit, but yeah, much tamer. I think that I said that I was drawing Super Sengoku, but seeing how his face is, seeing his receding hairline like this, technically, I guess it's more Super Saiyan 2 than Super Saiyan. Dart Brigade! Love him. I really want to stream Treasure Track Guide someday. Someday this year. Splatoon 2, Split with. I hate Sigma, by the way. Have I said that? No, I have not ever said that before because I don't really talk about Mega Man. See, now this is almost how I still draw caps and hats nowadays, but still has changed the time. Oh, Final Fest. Oh, I love the Final Fest so much. Like, especially the final Shifty Station being the destroyed statue, Neil statue from Octa Expansion. Peak. Metal E2, and Zero E2, and X E2, and Pika E2. That is something that is, I suppose, not canon to E2 anymore. Cosplay style transformations, like looks like the character has the character's power, or something like that. Metal E2. Yeah, that's what he still looks like nowadays. But see, those are also in the wrong order, actually. I gotta turn this into an actual artwork because I absolutely love this. Ah, I never drew comics. I only drew snippets like this. I love Garnet so much. Such an awesome character. Oh wow, I did not notice that this was the same sheet as them. I say it's grass, but honestly I don't know what it is. I just know it looks nice. Because I never finished the cover or page 1, I did a page 2 sketch. My god. I should make this an actual artwork too. And this, see, that's why they're in the wrong order. This was the first time I drew Metal E2, actually. This was his original art. Dang it. And yes, Metal KO is what inspired him. And yes, that's strange, but like it's so funny because of the Sonic episode in OK KO, Let's Meet Sonic. That's how I discovered OK KO as a series, and I really liked it. I never really watched the whole thing, but I really liked the show. And yeah, Metal KO inspired Metal E2. We'll get back to this later, much later. Man, so Gogeta. See, Gogeta and the Ghetto is Vegeto. That's how he's written and pronounced in German. So, like, don't ask me how that would have looked. I don't know it since I clearly didn't draw the actual guy. But the Gogeta and Vegito fusion. A lot of people, like, seriously, in a lot of fan what ifs and mods and games and stuff, I see it Gogeta and Vegito fusing via fusion dance, but no. How I think a Gogeta and Vegeta fusion would or should be, even though it no way in hell would it work, would be putting in the Potara and doing the fusion dance. So both fusions activating at the same time from base Goku and Vegeta. Let me turn on a light. It has gotten dark. There we go. Much better. That is from Bowser Jr.'s Journey, because I really love that mode. Unlike the rest of the remake. Ah, little Timmy, don't worry, we'll see him again later. I really want to make dedicated posts for all my characters and how they evolved. Swirlix! We won't see him again later because that's all that exists of him. I gotta make him into an actual character. That's a weird duo, but I don't know. This looks like something out of Dragon Quest. Ah, tape. Yes, I was vandalizing the school tables. Shame on me. I would always clean it up afterwards, don't worry. What then? I didn't know I can do that. Cropped photos from the Blackboard. See, at least with the Blackboard stuff, I know that the date that I took the photo is correct because obviously I had to take the photo immediately. Yeah, 2019, I really didn't draw much. Honestly, in this stream, I mostly just. Oh, yeah, still that art class thing that you saw before. For a while, I didn't want to draw smileys on them anymore, so I want to do smash and fade, smash balls and smash bombs. But yeah, I'm back to smileys now. One of my seriously, one of my favorite things I did during high school. My original Twitter banner. Yes, with also my full freaking name on it. I'm an idiot, but hey, it was so many years on Twitter. Like literally until last year, it was my Twitter banner. So not like no one has seen that. And see those snippets? That's why that part was cut off. I had screwed up the Mentor's hand, so I redrew it on a different piece of paper and glued it on. I love how I did that. I serious? Honestly, obviously, if I redrew that digitally, it would look a lot better. But this still holds up. Like, there are some drawings that always hold up even years later. That was a request from a classmate of mine. I guess that's request 0. How did the wings become? I love double flame, but seriously, this initial sketch is still the best he has ever looked. I think he should just stay like this, but maybe with a bit of blue, but mostly white. Like it's mainly the wings that bother me how they changed. Oh yeah, and double flame is obviously my new idea on the two fusions, Flamer Boy that you saw in 217. Doing these collages was so hard, like each collage took me about 2 hours, for crying out loud. 2020. Wait, why is it starting with this song? Ah, yeah, because I did rhythm. My Mega Man OC, I created her this year. And again, uh, see, that's the thing. Before it was Mega Man music because I just started playing the Mega Man games for the first time. Now it's Mega Man music because I drew a lot of Mega Man this year. I don't know what this is. It reminds me of those masked creatures from Head in Time, from the Subcon Forest, but I don't know if there's any relation. This is surely vile, but it makes me think of Metroid Samus, like that Metroid suit. Rhythm! You know how Proto Man in some of the artwork, especially in the Archie comics, looks a lot like Rock does. Blues looks a lot like Rock. So I thought, what if there was another version? Oh, I didn't even have her name back then. Like Rock, Roll, Blues, Rhythm, who looks a lot like Roll. That's actually why her chest is like so pointy, because I was trying to take inspiration from shout out to Moo Mare, because I was trying to take inspiration from the Archie comics. Okay, and this damn, the IDW comics have been existing for so long. I was dreaming about the Metal Virus arc, and this, like, I don't remember the dream itself, but like it had Sonic rescuing a baby rabbit, and that's the baby rabbit that Sonic rescued. And yeah, you'll see a lot of that, especially that looks weird because you saw it, or you saw the lack thereof up until now. I was avoiding drawing female chests so far. Hey, fighting, my girl! Oh, 2020, not 2021. Shame on me for misremember. Once we'll get back to fighting in color, uh, art class, I'll talk about it. Leo. Okay, I guess I should talk about it soon. Leo fighting Kate. Those elements that you saw before. Uh, okay, yeah, Zero moveset. I want to do a Smash moveset for Z0, because I think he's cooler than X0. Well, I used to think that. Now I just think Zero is cool. Doesn't matter which one. I had Mystery Dungeon Pikachu, because I love Mystery Dungeon. No, I'm not gonna pause them and explain them better. You can do that yourself. Because, like, we've been going for 4 hours, I kinda wanna get a bit faster. Plus, most things I want to explain were my super old stuff, you know? So, fighting and the others, I guess I can talk about it a bit now. Um, they were like E2 and all the other characters that you saw up to now were started out as fan characters, and even their stories take place in Sonic's world, in the Mushroom Kingdom, Popstar, and so on. So, like, that's just fan stuff. So, fighting and co, that was my. And I'm still working on that. Like, I'm not gonna give that up. That's my attempt at actually original, non bound to any fandom. Like, my truly original own fictional creation. It's gonna take years until anything comes out of it. Rhythm! Heartwoman. At some point, I also called her Heartbreak Woman. Her color scheme also changed from this because this color scheme is a complete mess. And here you have to change color scheme. Fighting! Already perfect. Then again, her pants go all the way down nowadays. So, funny story on that. It was during German class. Obviously, I live in Germany. We have German class. Um, I don't remember what exactly we were reading, what book. Sandman, I believe. Point is, it got to the point where creative work, either draw or write or whatever, literally free creative work. Um, uh, okay, we know you're not saying it because you're embarrassed, not because you don't remember, so just say it out loud. Ideal partner. And yeah, it's kind of funny. I thought I don't have any type of preference. Like I don't have a type. How I don't have. What am I supposed to do for an ideal partner? So I'll explain. We'll get back to that. But just like with fate having a pink and blue color scheme, being called fate for crying out loud, mm, and having a shy personality very similar to how my own was back then. And now this ideal girl having being obviously a gamer, god damn it, and having short brown hair. We'll get back to that. If you want a clue, look at me for crying out loud down in the corner. I don't know if I still have this. This is also a crop. Wait, I called him Nightmare at some point? I only remember calling him Darky before I called him SK. Damn. Poor Sparkle looks so weird in this. Yes, even. What? Oh, I didn't know I can change the volume. Even though you just saw Shimmer and Sparkle and V2, those were my main OCs. Those were my originals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and Kate, 14. Kate is a bit of a strange case. Man, she looks so much nicer today than she did back then. But yeah, aside from Kate, the rest of them, I called my original 13, but yeah, technically they're only the original 13 because I kept forgetting and not paying attention to a lot of other characters or not really noticing that I created a bunch of other characters. Shame on me. Subspace! My voice is getting really painful. Like, seriously, it's starting to hurt to talk. Art class? Art class, but as I said in the pre-artist, you should never give me watercolors. Also, art class, we made a small booklet, like fold a sheet of paper and cut it in a way so it turns into a little book, and we were supposed to draw something each day, one page each day, but I didn't really. Oh yeah, Kiki, that's the baby bunny that you saw before. And can I pause, please? And Cookie is my child that I have on the Game Boy Advance that I've had since kindergarten in Sonic Advance. And back to Darky we go. Ah, that was the closest I have come to drawing most characters. Ah, yeah, this is also art class. I, this was pressed on paper and turned into this. First of all, Oops, it got mirrored. Second of all, I should not have done so much color. That was my bad. Luckily, only 217 was really a huge mess to do with the music since had stopped. I hadn't finished this video when I found out about the Art Academy stuff. Heck, it's so strange to me that this isn't even that old. I mean, I remember stuff much older from my art so much better than I did this because this I did not remember. I did not remember that I'd done Art Academy at all. Like, okay, this I remembered because it was my profile pic for a few years, and on my first YouTube channel, you can see it's still my profile pic. But everything else I did here in Art Academy, I did not remember that in the slightest. Ew, ew. No, that's also not that much better. Man, the music's kind of quiet now. Okay, too loud. Ah, yeah, as it says. So now everything is in correct order. So honestly, great start. I was really happy that I drew something this soon into the first year because she also came in a dream to me. A lot of characters that I always draw in January come to me in a dream. It happened again this year, actually. Damn. And yes, I was really getting into Puyo Puyo and into Puyo Puyo Tetris too. What can I say? I was really. I look so much better now. I'm not gonna scroll back. That's something I had started drawing last year, and this too, but I didn't finish them until now. I was really getting into Puyo Puyo that year. Like, really getting into it, as you can see. Ah, frick, I love Puyo Puyo so much. I'm so happy Arliss and Cross Worlds. And that was especially awesome for like in 2021. I had less than 50 followers on Twitter and less than 100. Okay, barely over 100 on Insta. Duh, I didn't have less than. I mean, we had the 100 followers special already, but like it was less than 150. Like my internet presence, and I only had Insta and Twitter back then still. My internet presence was so non existent. So trust me. Actually, I'll tell the rest when we see the full version. This drawing makes me so happy even today. Ah, look, my baby girl, Cherry. I love her so much. One of my favorite characters. Yeah, this is not a drawing. This shouldn't have been in the video, actually. Because, like, this is the only drawing part. Why is this in the video? This is a mistake, actually. I like Maru's dead screen from Inside Story. I made one for Sonic, like Inside Story inspired. I think it's awesome. The HP being rings, the special being the ground shot icon, power being Knuckles' fist, defense being the shield, the classic one, speed being the speed shoe, and luck being a chow. And here you got the pie from Chemical Plant, the ground from Planet Wisp, the vines from Mushroom Hill, the loop-de-loop from Green Hill, and the pipe from the Carnival stage in Sonic Advance 1, which I forgot what it's called. Night Carnival? No. It's the third stage. Why don't I remember it? Whatever. I'm very clever if you ask me how I did that. Because, like, you see, Sonic comes all the way here for his screen. This should also not be in the video, actually. My favorite, my second favorite Puyo character, Doppel, is my favorite. I already saw the sketch in last year, and I finally finished it. And that was the first, except for Pokemon Art Academy, and Miiverse, I suppose. Uh, how I started my digital art. I was testing how Ibis Paint works on my mom's iPad because that's it. I was asking on Twitter and Insta so many artists that I followed what they're doing their digital art with. Like some had dedicated drawing tablets, some had whatever tablet they already oh goodness they already owned with art software. So like I was looking around and testing stuff before I decided what I wanted for my birthday. And yeah, man, I've had this iPad that I still use for 5 years already, and it's still holding up great. My aunt is telling me I should get a new iPad at this point because it's 5 years old. No, I refuse to. I don't think it's necessary. I should turn this into a character. Booyah! And here it is, like we had the true original with Scrooge, the true digital original. So why did I draw this? Because I saw digital art as already perfect, considering how the image looks. Because like you saw it especially in 216, how the photo quality of some of the drawings, especially the ones that I don't have anymore, is really bad. And that's the problem I had with traditional art, taking good, clear photos without any shadows falling on them or anything. And that problem didn't exist with digital art. So I was joking. In that regard, digital art is already perfect. And well, there's the Smash loading screen that says King DDD is already perfect. So it was a no-brainer. This had to be the first digital thing I drew ever. Ah, and then I was, yeah, a lot of these things is just. Oh, that was 2021. Was this for Shantae's anniversary that I drew this? There was an Shantae art contest. That's why I drew this, but I don't remember exactly what was going on. I love Sake, favorite Puyo, second favorite Puyo. So this I drew during the Sonic Symphony, like literally during the last hour of Sonic Symphony. So I really rushed it, and yeah, you can tell that it's rushed. I didn't like this back then. Yeah, I don't know why I drew this, but it's literally like Copiax and Zero One does this attack, and like you have to dodge from one side to the other like this. Some would say that maybe it's not good that I have these drawings of my aunt here, but she posts them like she posts photos of herself and these drawings of herself anyway, so I don't see an issue. Yes, I made Among Us, so see, deal with it. And since that year, I've had the tradition that I always draw my aunt in a different art. So that's why I also say the name there. Puyo, Puyo, Ace Attorney. So opposing decks entries, you have it feels strong emotions, so it hurts people to silence the emotion. It senses the pain, so yes, it traveled all this way to heal them. So yeah, now they're kind of stuck like this because one heals them, the other one chaos them over and over. This I'm 50-50. I might not have drawn this, but someone else in my family might have drawn this, and I just took a picture. I'm not sure. So yeah, this I made because Yunobo in Breath of the Wild is stuck in that one cave, as you know. But when I replayed it in Master Mode, I saw that the cave entrance is facing away from the volcano. So how did it get stuck? It can't have landed perfectly like this. It's impossible unless it rolled backwards. So Mario Golf joke with yeah, I made a Mario Golf joke with how it flew and with the backspin, so it stuck the cave. And here it is, the final artwork. Again, I traced it over the sketch on a window. I'm so proud of how this turned out because, like, I really, I think Arl turned out great. I think Doppel turned out amazing for for considering how I usually draw. And Warl, for those who don't know, is from Marumoto 1, but I don't know which version because that game has like four different versions. And like there are doppelganger Arls, and not this one. There are little Arls, but they're all copies. And there's one character, I don't actually know if it's a copy or not, who's called Warl. And like actual Kit Arl and Warl in the game have this plain white dress with the little blue, in Warl's case purple, coming out. But I took the liberty and turned Warl's design because she only has that very simplistic in-game sprite. But I gave her a bunch of accessories from Arl in the intro and in artworks. Like I took looked at different child designs for Arl and made a more accurate Warl. And I really like this because even back then, even though I had absolutely zero online traction, if someone, uh, I tested it on from different devices. Looking up Maramonogatari Warl, this drawing of mine is one of the first search results on Google Images, and that made me really happy. So that was the second thing I drew for the 30th anniversary. After that major fumble, that was the first one. And yes, these are all actual artworks that I traced. By the way, I think they will never top this logo. They will never top it. Line games, as you can see, standing on the line, hanging from the line breaking. Like, you get it, you get it. Ah, fuck. The image should be smaller. I never noticed it. Ah, the text and the image aren't supposed to overlap. Darn it. But yeah, that was shortly before the Sora reveal. Those were the characters I wanted in Smash. I did that on a school laptop with a mouse. That is also for my original world. Uh, Fun fact about this, like you have the ending rewards in Metroid, depending on how fast you finish the game. I wanted to do. I challenged myself. If I finished this art in under a certain time, I would do a second artwork, which would have been a Metroid eating the word spoiler. But I missed my target time by like half an hour or something. So yeah, I never finished did that spoiler art. Oh yeah, that comic you'll see it in a bit later again. No, no, that's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. Shout out, uh, shout out to Cookie Luhivan, I suppose. Oh yeah, see, I did this comic for ethics class, like Leviathan War, All Against All. We're supposed to do our own interpretation of it, and I drew this two-page comic for it. Bent art never stops. See, here's where Kate's hairstyle started to change. And here's also where I started to differentiate myself from E2. Those are also stuff from my original world. I'll talk about it in detail some other day. So from class in school, like it's complicated. This is again one of those scenarios of I see shapes and characters in everything, even when there aren't any. That was the first commission I ever did. Got 20 year for that. Yay. That was something I drew for my brother, this art class. And I don't remember how I got the idea for her actually. Uh, yeah, it's sad that these videos get shorter because I drew less and less for a while. Shout out to Lolifer. And I was really into Friday Night Funk. See, that's the thing. I was really into Friday Night Funkin' during that time. But I'm not taking any Friday Night Funkin' music in the video because I don't with all the actual game not being released yet and all the mods like too much of a copyright trouble. I don't want to know. So legends shine be do. This is a small comic of how I got my first shiny in Pokemon Legends Arceus. Here I was trying to give Rhythm different hairstyles which aren't just Roll's hair. I think I gave that up though. Saki, a character who, okay, I did change her hair. I suppose like her hair looks different nowadays, but a character who, for the most part, her design was already peak from already from the initial concept. Except for the hair here, the top part really reminds me of Friday Night Funkin' Girlfriend. So that's the main reason why I changed that. And Yeah, I suck at drawing. Oh, this year actually, nice if I want to draw Skull Kid, but I kind of messed it up. Like, you see, the proportions are kind of weird, so I I changed the idea and saved it by saying it's a Skull Kid outfit. I'm a genius. Hmm. I still can't draw humans, by the way. Oh, and on the mid-fight masses, fun fact: until Kirby in the Forgotten Land had came out, I was blasting the Sarf, the Rufix Sarf, that mod. Frick, what was the mod called? I don't remember. Whatever, I was blasting music from that mod on loop for like a month until Forgotten Land came out and I had new music to listen to. This we'll get back to in 2 years. Keith! Well, I guess Keith, but whatever. So many. Man, I gotta get back. Like, I was so like, don't get me wrong, I'm still passionate about all that original art and fictional world, but ever since I started streaming, my art has become so focused on my VTuber model, which is great, but I really have to get back to drawing all of my OCs and FCs and stuff, because, like, I miss my art being so all over the place. And I'm not gonna talk in detail about this and this, but what the hell was I? What the hell was? Yeah, I was. That was really weird of me back then. All I'm gonna say. Her design changed again. Fighting's design never changed. She's awesome from the get-go. Shout out to Rain. Come on. Shout out to Rain. Stop. Mind my. So you see, you start having conversations with your own head inside your mind, hence the name, when you're really lonely during high school. Yes, this is traced over shaman. But I really think Shantae as a hedgehog would look something like this. So what happened here? This is a custom stage that I made, a shit custom stage at that, and it was an 8-player free for all with level 9 CPUs, and that's me, that's my brother, and that's the CPU, and the snake was kind of cooking us. So wait, one, two, three, four, five. Why the hell? Yeah, actually, what happened for real was my brother tried throwing a bomb at me, but I caught it and threw it at Snake, and then he KO'd me. So, like, it looked um it looked as if we teamed up against Snake. I was really into Friday Night Funkin' back then, and this is, for the most part, still a drawing that I absolutely love. This, however, is the reason why I don't draw anything after directs immediately, because um I still don't have that power like some people do to immediately draw after the reveal and post the same day. It just doesn't look good when I do it. this became something else later down the line. And I would really wish I would have finished this one. Garden Tales! Love it. I absolutely love Garden Tales. Such a great game. Okay, this is the one time where I did draw immediately after the reveal and it turned out great. I really gotta do spam the nearest the jumbo big shot. So as you can see, Pyra very strongly inspired from the Seven Sirens chibi art. I think they look awesome. I drew them together because, as it says, Wholesome Cuties, like, those are both characters that have very revealing designs, but like their personalities are just such sweethearts. People misjudge them because of their designs, and I hate that, so I did this. I drew this while on vacation. That's why it's on paper. I need to draw on paper more. Well, so I was really struggling with how the hell do I do a gender neutral design back then. Such questions that I didn't understand. We'll get back to that later again. So that's that art trend that people did for a while, that you want to draw someone crying, then draw Among Us in their eyes. And I tested myself and it kind of works. Splatoon 2's, 3's first Splat Fest. I never did anything aside from that sketch, and now I have a whole new character to add. Then again, the mechanic is a standalone. They don't have a secret persona. Shotcam sketchy drawings. Like, he drew and posted that, and I was like, oh, wait, I have a great idea for that. So I made the entire comic around this one drawing that he did. That was my Sona, how I first drew it in 2022. I have his consent to have this in the video. Shout out to SP Phantom. We're reaching the end. 2023, 4 and 5. Just 3 videos left. My second Twitter banner. And Blue Cascal. Yep, 2023 was when I made my official NSFW and archive accounts for Instagram and Twitter. I should have never made any of those accounts. Like, I should only have made, like, the other Insta accounts are a waste, actually. The other Twitter accounts do make sense, but I should have handled them differently. I just made them because I had gotten the idea and I was really pushing myself so the handle wouldn't potentially get taken away because someone had already taken BCA official. So I had to do it BCA art official. We got a fire and a water torus. Why didn't we have a grass horse? I really have to actually draw this at some point. This year is going to be a lot of sketches. But that just means we'll get through it really quick. Oh yeah, everything that is a video I'll show you after this video. Since I do have them on my laptop, I just didn't put all his videos in the videos for obvious reasons. And that's how I still draw E2 today. Just look at how he evolved. I need to redraw this. I use way thinner lines nowadays. I don't like how thick the lines are. still, this is over 3 years old. Still, this white light in his eyes is the only thing I would change if I were to redraw this. I would write 1 to 1 the same otherwise. I'll show these to you later. So I was thinking of how to do G2 script splash screen. It was really hard finding a suitable pose for G2. Yeah, that it says evolution, but it was supposed to be the archive banner. See, look how much Aqua has changed from her first sketch back then. Oh, and Dark and D2 finally having a final design. So I have this Mario hoodie. Like it looks basically like this. It's a red hoodie with Mario's logo. Well, then again, I guess it's just a white those like stickers that are on the clothing, and it's cut out so it's an M shape in the middle, but it has like those small tears and stuff to look like really cool and stuff. So I thought, what if I had that as a Sonic hoodie? That was when Lucky Star. Drew the sketch for this when Lucky Star was first announced to return. But so yeah, it was supposed I was supposed to finish and post this December 2022, but I never did. I didn't finish it till then. This is where Future Cherry came from, and well, that's not where Nectarine or Apricot. Yeah, that's not where Nectarine came from, but that's when I first drew her. Oh goodness, I can tell my voice is. I'm not even trying to sound feminine right now. But I'm tired. I talked so much. Shout out to JDoc by the way. I was really into FNF for a while. But it wasn't that year when I stopped. This is. I never built this in the Tears of the Kingdom. I really ought to build this at some point. There's supposed to be a giant spinning flamethrower machine. And okay, these I have to explain. So there's those Yiga, those newspaper quests in Tears of the Kingdom. Like, there's this one lady near the stable that has you going from place to place to place to place, and it stops on the plateau, and she ends up asking if you're Link. So once you confirm it, more Yigas show up. And because once the battle starts, you have all the blessings from not champions. What are they called in Tears of the Kingdom? Yunobo, Sidon, Tulin, and Co. They're ghost versions. I forgot what they're called. Whatever. So, like, you're Link, right? Yep. Spawns 3. You're Yiga, right? Yep. Spawns 5. And yes, I did a bird for Tulin, a rock shroom for Yunobo, a fish for Sidon, a thunder for Riju, and I did Emerald for the freaking mech of Mineru. Well, that's not fair. I gotta all these comic sketch. I gotta do them for real. And then the cell that's kidnapped in the dual P quest, and yeah, same thing. We really gotta hurry. My headphones are gonna die soon. I can't pause and talk so much anymore. Seriously, my headphones used to go 8 hours. Why is the battery down to 5? I think I know why, but whatever. I have more hoodies because I felt like it. See, already there I did thinner lines. This already looks better. That was the first time I participated in Pride Month because, right, I didn't talk about it, but November 2022 was, yeah, when I first had that realization. So yeah, that was a subtle Pride Month participation. Was shot to simply silly. That's where this whole part is from. I just drew this part right here. Coming to terms with myself. I'm glad that yeah, that's the first time I drew myself like this, and only afterwards did I act. Only afterwards did I actually draw this design as a splash screen. See, that's what said. Why I said in 217, keep the expressions in mind because look, the expressions are back, but better. So Garden Tales has yearly fan art contests, and the winner gets their costume added to the game. Yeah, Summer Nari didn't make it into the game. I didn't win. And based on that drawing that I did that I loved, I made my Gajinka my first Gajinka for Magalar. Try! I love Try. Wait, when did we have Caesar? Ah, yeah, we did have Caesar like one. That was when I just finished the Final Horizon update. And this, keep this in mind because this will also evolve so greatly. Uh, Shadow Cam sketchy drawings. I like obviously Sans, obviously Rotitops, and I drew Big Man, like the ghosts in Mario Wonder, like the player ghosts more specifically. This was the first good drawing in I had done in a while. I never finished that sketch. This is so sad because I had a different idea for Sonic Battles Anniversary, but maybe I'll finish it someday. Shout out Trader Crafty. Shout out X-Ray. So, based on the fact that my headphones are about to die, I'm not gonna show you the animatics, unfortunately, and I'm gonna double the speed of the videos, cause like I really want to get through them. Okay, but I gotta talk about this. Like, this looks amazing. Like, I freaking love how this turned out. I gotta. This leg is a cape. I don't like them, but mwah, peak otherwise. And look, I told you keep Flamer and Hyper Flamer in mind because look how good he looks now. 6 years apart. I think I did really well with that. And Cherry, I finally gave her a real splash screen. And see, another case of whatever the hell I saw. Like, actually, this shape, I saw it exactly. I drew it exactly on where I saw it, so you can't see the shape because the lines are literally on top of it. That's the Surimi Syndicate animatic. I really wish I could show you, but it's unfinished anyhow. This is vent art again. This is vent art in comic form. So like that was what if Pecherant, what if it controlled me? Kind of embarrassing. That was an accidental coming out. Shout out party crashers. Uh, hashtag cake PNG. See, the GG hoodie from before became this, and still keep it in mind. I was doing so much art that year and so many memes that aren't in this video because they don't use art of mine that try I really tried to that was my mechanism for coming in terms with myself and it worked. I'll talk about that in detail another time. Oh, and this I really wanna draw this for real at some point. Shout out Romania. And that's what became of the GG hoodie. It became my actual hoodie, which also inspired my VTuber design a bit. Oh, that's a 3D model I did in V-Ride Studio, and then I traced over it. And that's the first time I participated in Sigami Week. So actually, even though it doesn't say it here, shout out Maka Heroes for bringing Sigami Week to life. Shout out to Dreamy Luigi for the yeah trend. Man, I drew myself as a girl so strange and different every single time because, well, now I have a design. Shout out Lisa Perry and Jean Philippe. That's another case of whatever the hell I'm seeing in patterns. Like there was hair fallen on the floor that nobody had picked up for a week, and for some reason the hair looked like this. I gotta finish that too. G2 splash screen, finally over a year later. Peach got her game, Zelda got her game, Amy sure is next, but until then, I had drawn this. I think that, aside from that guy, that's supposed to be the robot from Sonic Superstars. I should not be allowed to draw robots. Mario and Luigi art collab ship for before Brothership came out. I love participating in that collab. I really love participating in art collabs. And by the way, the sanity meter, I drew that for meme on Reddit. No, this is not the glowing queen. I did not even know Digital Circus existed back then. Mega Man X Type, how much I miss it. And, Mario 64 DS on the title screen, you can just draw. I don't, I just draw on that title screen for some reason. It was fun. That's my Z routes in Pokemon Go. Like, I chose one cross section and did the smallest possible routes to farm the Zygarde cells. That's college movie related. And that's another drawing game I did with my family. Finally, again, after so many years, actually, hallelujah. I was very creative with my answers. And actually cheating with my answers as well. We really gotta hurry with the video because I hope my headphones can hold on long enough until this and the next video. Ah, look, my old stream layout. At least the sketches. These were not the final versions yet. And that's the year we had gotten a whiteboard for the wall in our house, so I really took a liking to drawing on there. And those are more draw the character games with my family. And honestly, I don't have much to say about that. See, the more we get to the present, the less I have to say because the more I actually explain it in the posts where I in the posts themselves when I upload them. Oops. Damn, having the music on double speed kind of sounds like a mistake. Oh, this. See, that's. Oh, this year I. Okay, this was a mistake. That year I really drew a lot on that wall, on that whiteboard. And I did a lot of unfinished animatics. Oh, excuse me. And this here is actually the sketch of what I posted today. My first VTuber model, 10 toggles with 13 drawings. Star egg, so small, so simple. Shout out for all the family. The reason why I even started streaming with Star Egg was because I actually didn't feel like I would have started with Astra from the get-go, but on one hand, look, my first layout. On one hand, I hadn't drawn Astra yet. On the other hand, I felt like I didn't deserve it yet. Plus, she didn't have a finished design. So yeah, another case of me seeing whatever here with the taco shells. They looked like a sad face to me. Oh, I drew Ness and the wing symbol on the days where I finished the respective guest star modes on stream. Shout out to Pikachu and Cam Sketchy Drawings. They don't know anything about this, by the way. I still haven't done this. This is supposed to be gift art, but I haven't never finished it. Sigami Week. Always a highlight for me. Except for this drawing. This one I hate how it turned out. This was a small birthday sketch I drew for myself and posted on Reddit because I wasn't out, because I still wasn't out anywhere yet. So, but if you recognize it, it later became an emote. Kirby's Return to Dreamland collab. Absolutely loved working on it. And this is my introduction comics. You know, my first video on YouTube. This is the sketch for the comic from that first video on YouTube. And here, when I told you, remember this drawing for later, here it is again, remade a few years later. Shot of Made in Honolulu. That's also an animatic. Man, I wish I could show you the animations and animatics, but we don't have time for that, unfortunately. That was Undertale's 10th anniversary website where I made this. And now the reason why I turned the music back on, because I'm actually interested in hearing what the song's gonna be like. And look, V1, 58 drawings and 15 toggles. Oh, damn, this is a bob. See, though this, and this are all toggles that I wanted to make for V1, but I didn't actually do them in time because I put my deadline and announced my debut before I had actually finished the model. But well, not all of them. This, and the previous two, not this one and not this one, they all made it into 1.5. Ain't that awesome? Because of the song that we're currently listening to, I want to turn the lore into an actual person. That was Konichi. I'm going again this year. I love that convention. And I don't Sun 6 to 20. I don't know. It was an art stream probably, but I drew this on stream as a joke and put this in a way that the arrow pointed towards me. You see? Because it was an interactive joke. That's for my old account, the profile pic. Also returned to Dreamland Collab. Ultimate Eve finished it in September, which was supposed to be a birthday gift for my brother in February. It it combines her regular super mode with the changed design for it during the finale of the game. And I really gotta hurry before my headphones turn off. So, okay, I gotta explain this quick. So this is, you know how you put coins in shopping carts? So this is one of those things that you put in and you can pull back out so you don't have to put any money in it. I said it. If Air Riders has Magalor in it, I'll draw every character in the roster. So I did. Here's the comic, you know. You know what comic? This literally, I dubbed this comic myself, and this literally my first video here on YouTube. I'm saying here on YouTube as if I'm, because I'll put this in the highlights video later. Uh, my Twitch panels, I gotta review them. This was, I felt so emotional drawing this. This was the thumbnail for the introduction comic. This was a quick meme I made. I'm putting this unlike all the other memes in here because it uses nothing but my drawings. And it's true. I looked exactly like E2 because E2 was me. And finally, I don't look like him anymore. For the Kirby Squeak Squad collab, I had Cupid, Kirby, and Cupid, and I made these sketches. And bam! Look! From this, the sketch that I did within 3 minutes, to boom, multiple hours. Splash screen for myself. I haven't done it. I haven't done any splash screens in far too long, actually. The parasol also for the, what's it called, for the Squeaks collab. 1.5 ref sheet. I'm I'm, it's not unlikely. I might actually do 2.0 before the year ends. But hey, up to now we still are on 1.5. Shout out Regal Golem. The other characters, I mean, I did say I'd draw everyone. Magotena. The first time I took art requests. See, my birthday art from half a year ago turned into my first emote. Christmas art contest for Darn Tales. And don't let anyone know about this, but this for the Kirby 64 art collab, which will actually come out in 2 weeks, or like the deadline is end of this week. So actually I'm not supposed to show this yet, but it belongs here, okay? Zap Woman, Varnix Man, both for the Mega Man Duel Override contest, unfinished because I had a better idea. That idea being Canvas Man, my goat. I really love his design. I'm so proud of him, even if I didn't even. Even if I didn't make it anywhere in the contest, I'm so extremely proud of him. My Christmas artwork with the funny alt, and you can't see it, but it says two more alts on Twitter because, yeah, I made loot alts. Obviously, I can put them on YouTube. Then the contest version, because it was allowed to be only one page, which really downgraded him, unfortunately. And the wall colorites. You saw Miko at the start of the year. Throughout the entire year, I drew one Rin, then Len, then Meiko, then Kaito, then Luca, Gumi, Teto, Neru, and so on and so forth, until I ended with Movie Miku throughout the entire year. But it would have made the video too long if I put them all in here. Ah, frick, I skipped right over the Plush Squad in 2024. Okay, we did it a bit too fast now at the end, but yeah. And today I posted this. All of my characters finally together. Some of them redesigned from how they first were. Actually, nearly all of them redesigned from how they first were. And look, here's me. All me. Except you see Vortex Man isn't here, or some others that you may have noticed aren't here because those are all sketches. Like, though they don't have final designs, so plus I ran out of space, so yeah. That is um basically all that I wanted to do this stream, and I'll keep it short because my headphones are about to die. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you to everyone who has been with me so far in these 10 years of me creating art. It really means a lot to me. And honestly, just working on this project to show all of my art and now actually showing it off in on stream, it really is touching it. I'm really glad I never gave up on it. So yeah, with that being said, this was my 10th anniversary. Well, no, this was my 10th art anniversary. And I'm not stopping here. My streams, my art, everything is gonna get more and more crazy from this point onward. I'm gonna put way more work and way more effort into it, and I hope you'll all be with me for that. So, yeah, until then, thank you for watching, and Astrala bye bye.